created and founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, specifically that of the non-federally recognized Barbarino tribe. As an association that pushes the students' bodies and voices to the forefront, we should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for their right to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to personal education and to advocate for justice alongside indigenous peoples. Now, moving into roll call, Senator Gerson. If you are proxying for someone and I call upon their name, please say proxy. Senator Gerson. Proxy. Senator Butler.
Present.
Senator Longarani.
Present.
Senator Iden.
Present.
Senator Lala.
Present.
Senator Kada.
Present.
Senator Suk.
Present.
Senator Corlew. Absent. Senator Horsandi.
He's getting through the proxy.
Senator Rocio. On Zoom. Senator Rocio. No. Senator Yu.
Present.
Senator McClintock.
Here.
Senator Martinez. Senator Wang.
Present.
Senator Voss.
Present on Zoom.
Thank you. Senator Brenderson.
Present.
Senator Wahidola.
Present.
Senator Amin.
Present.
Senator Al-Khatib.
Present.
Senator Ganesh.
Present.
Senator Singh. Right, now moving into excused absences. Does anyone want a motion for excused absence? Anyone need to leave at any time? No. Senator Longarani.
Motion to excuse, Senator McClintock at 8 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator McClintock at 8 p.m. Senator Goodall.
Second.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator McClintock at 8 p.m., seconded by Senator Goodall. Senator Ganesh. Question has been called by Senator Ganesh. What question? Oh, we're now in discussion. Wait, no, we made the motion, we're in discussion, and the question was called. Oh, are there any objections?
Consent.
Consent, okay. Are there any objections to the consent? Okay. Seeing none, motion passes. Now moving into acceptance of proxies. Can someone make a motion for acceptance of proxies? Senator Ganesh.
Motion to bundle and approve all proxies.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all proxies. Senator Wang. There's been a motion to bundle and approve all proxies by Senator Ganesh, seconded by Senator Wang. Senator Kada.
Call to
Called the
question.
question by Senator Kada. Do I hear any objections?
Consent.
Are there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Now moving into external reports, Chancellor's representative, UCPD representative, GSA rep, USEN rep, IVCSD rep. Cool. Typically, I would move into public forum. However, it seems like there's no one who signed up. However, if there's anyone here who would like to speak about anything or any senator, just let me know and you're more than welcome to. If not, then we can just go ahead and move right into new business. The first item on the agenda is a resolution demanding the UCSB administration complete the San Benito project along student demands and presented timelines by Senator Lala and Senator Amin. Senator Lala, you have the floor.
Appreciate it. Okay, so this has been a long time in the works, but it's a rather simple resolution. The San Benito project is set to replace the proposed Munger Hall project before it. It's a much more humane proposal. It's engaged with student input a lot more. I have personally met in my capacity as a different RCO focused on housing issues with the architects of the project, and the administration has proven a lot more responsive. But I think that this is not just some statement that looks nice, but this is to be sent, following the Senator Taylor Iden model, to the Chancellor's office and to the departments responsible for completing this project, to make sure that it's along the timelines that they've set out, because any further delays would only exacerbate the problems that we're facing on campus. And this is highly important to lower the rates of students that do not get housing in their second terms. This is one of the most important initiatives going on the campus in the next few years. It'll impact the campus for decades, and this is only one small step, but it's an important one nonetheless.
Proxy Sussman. Go ahead, second. I'm gonna go ahead. Second. If you want to say anything? No. Okay. You're now in discussion. Anyone is welcome to provide any comments or make a motion. Senator Weigel,
I reviewed a couple days ago, I just wanna make a small comment that I think is like necessary for preventing the creative resolution like this, especially like, in general, the retrospect about the housing crisis that happened around the areas and stuff, like this. One, really listening to stuff too, is definitely much needed as well. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
is there anyone else? Senator Brenderson,
Yeah, thanks for putting this together. Looks good. What exactly I mean, I'd just like to hear more about the project itself, or like how you think it's going and why you think this resolution is important.
Yeah, so there's supposed to be two student leaders on the committee. Last year, it was the president of the association and the senator, namely Michael Littlepage, who was on the committee. This year, I've reached out. It hasn't been the most responsive environment. I don't know if it's currently the successor of the president, so Nayeli Broadway as president on the committee along with Michael Littlepage. I'm not sure, but it's supposed to be two student leaders engaging with said committee. It's supposed to be 2,500 beds, so same as Munger Hall in the same area out by, if I'm not mistaken, I could be
West
wrong on this,
Campus?
but the north, yes, thank you. And there are there's a bunch of infrastructure that needs to be constructed along with it. There needs to be bike paths connecting it with the campus, and obviously environmental and other concerns as always. So if you see, even the wording of the resolution isn't necessarily combative, because they've proven to actually be pretty responsive so far, especially the architects. And this is just us to have it, black on white, set in stone, that this is what we're expecting, that any further, delays on it would be regressing on the progress already made. Did I not answer anything about deadlines or anything like that?
is there anyone else? Any further comments, questions, concerns? Senator Iden,
Just so I kind of want to, like, just when handling campus departments, just for just a language question, if the author would be interested in changing demand to request, just so we approach some of these conversations with campus with good faith. Also, if you would be interested in adding a portion that requests a town hall that students could attend and ask questions about the housing project.
Senator Lala,
Should I motion or should you motion?
oh, do you, if you want to make a motion, go ahead.
I motion to. Sorry, but- So I motion to open the resolution first.
Yes,
I motion to open a resolution demanding that the UCSB administration complete the San Benito project along student demands and present a timeline.
there's been a motion to open the resolution. Senator Lonkarani,
Second.
seconded by Senator Lonkarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadah.
Call to question.
Question has been called by Senator Kadah. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to the consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Senator Iden,
Motion to amend demand in sections 1 and 2 to be replaced with request or requests.
there's been a motion to replace the word demands with Senator Iden.
I'd like, can I just read my motion? Motion to amend the title of the resolution to have it state, a resolution requesting, and to amend sections 1 and 2 replaced with requests.
It's been a motion made by Senator Iden. Is there a second? Senator Weigel,
Second.
seconded by Senator Weigel. We're now in discussion. Senator Kadah,
Call to question.
question has been called by Senator Kadah. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Are there any objections to consent? Motion passes.
And do you have edit access?
Hmm?
Do you have edit access?
I do not. Senator Iden,
Are we waiting on edit access from the IVP?
wait, why do I need editing access?
Just we can change it.
I don't have it.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, then give me editing access and then I can give you editing access. Senator Iden,
Since I think we have to wait on the IVP, I would just recommend that we come back to this after recess, since we'll wait on that.
okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Senator Ganesh,
If we move on, can I motion a bill on new business?
we're not in new business yet, but sure, I guess we're in, oh, wait, yeah, we are in new business. Yeah, go ahead.
Give me a second. A motion to add the bill to amend AS program board bylaws to new business.
Motion made by Senator Ganesh, Senator Kadal.
Second.
It's been a second by Senator Kadal. We are now in discussion. What? We're now in discussion. Senator Wang. All the question has been made. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. I also don't have the bill, Senator Ganesh. Okay, there's been a motion by Senator Ganesh. Is there a second? Motion passed, right?
No, wait, one second. Wait a second. I just.
I thought some second. Motion. Okay, so we are now in discussion on a bill to amend AS program board bylaws. Also, I apologize for like the disorganization right now. I know it's very visible. I've been getting like texts and calls about stuff, so I've been kind of distracted related to the meeting, some security issues, but yeah, we're now in discussion on the bill. Senator Ganesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is.
Would you share access to that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
You have to do it.
Mhm. Just so that I have to-
Do everything.
No, shut up. Okay, you should have it. You have it?
Can everyone access the legislation?
Okay.
Nod your heads.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Ganesh, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is a fairly simple bill. AS program board actually, Dr. Marquez. Sorry. Yeah, so this bill is basically AS program board wanted to pay their employees more. And they were in deep discussion about that with Dr. Marquez and then Michael, to rework the way they are paid. Some of them are on stipends, payrolls. There was a bit of confusion. So I feel like me, Vice Chair Sook, and if there are, Commissioner Woods, we thought the best thing to do would be amend the bylaws and like restructure the board and like define a bit more of the duties. And if you look at the bottom of the bill, it says fiscal impact $7,800, but it does say net fiscal impact 0. That's because even though they're paying themselves more, the assistants are getting $800 more, and the actual commissioners are getting, the programmers are getting $600 more. It's because it's coming out of their own budget. They're just moving their money around. So that is why it says net fiscal impact 0. But I thought it was important to be transparent about how and how much they're changing. And if I'm yielding for you.
Senator Sook.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. This is kind of an extension of the omnibus bill. We weren't able to get these changes in last quarter, so we're changing them now. And yeah, this is like kind of program internal discussion they've been having with the association for a while.
If a student sponsor is here, they're welcome to speak on the legislation as well. They are present, whether here or on Zoom.
Hello, I'm Commissioner Woods. If there's any questions that you guys have about the bill or the change in pay structure or anything like that, I'd be happy to answer them. I've been working with Senator Ganesh and Marcel Marquez and Michael to kind of like work out like how we were getting paid and the kind of discrepancies between that and how how we're supposed to get paid, and then kind of just we're restructuring pay mostly because we're expected to pay a lot out of pocket for a majority of our events. So things like hospitality, things like gifts, things that go back to the student body, we're having to pay out of pocket for all of that stuff and then get reimbursed through requisitions. And even with our payment right now, we're paid stipends, but they're taxed. So taxes come out of that. And then on top of that, like for summer and fall, like we haven't been paid yet, so we're getting paid late as well. So, on top of the extra workload that we took on, especially in fall with delirium and some of that other stuff, we felt that this would be a good time to kind of like reevaluate this pay structure that we've been getting paid for a while, especially with the amount of work that we're putting on or putting in on a weekly basis. And I understand that other BCUs also do a ton of work, and I don't want to diminish that, but each BCU has a different pay structure. There are some that get paid on salary, there are some that get paid stipends and honoraria. So this is the structure, or this is the increase that I felt was fair. And I also didn't think it was fair that there was a discrepancy between how much our coordinators and assistants get paid. So we upped that to be level and increased the job duties based on that increase.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Commissioner Woods. I'm going to yield the chairship for a brief moment to Senator Butler to take the phone.
For now in discussion. We're now in discussion to a bill to amend the AS program board bylaws. Oh, sorry, Senator Wawa.
Would we be able to discuss with Commissioner Woods since we're in discussion, or solely with other senators?
As a sponsor, I'd allow that.
I mean,
Senator Wawa.
so this makes a lot of sense, and I really appreciate you being here to explain the rationale in a bit more depth. My sole question is what you guys' budget is standing at currently, and I'm not asking that for no reason. I'm asking so that we're going into this sure that you guys would be able to sustain this well into the future without any, interference from any other side of the association. This can be taken care of by the budget of program board.
Yes, so it's not the change that I made isn't taking our rollover into account. If I did, then the number would probably be higher, but I don't think that that makes sense, and I also don't like it's still student fees, and so I feel weird about that as well. But the change that we made is taking into account our rollover, like not the rollover from like the total rollover, but the amount of money that we had in the operational account budget that is set for things like payroll and stipends. So we had an excess of money in that account like year after year, and I made the changes based on that excess. So it's not something that would necessitate us having rollover. It's something that's already basically baked into the budget that we have.
Got it. Thank you.
Senator Uvidula.
Okay, this is more of a curiosity question. Also want to thank you so much for also coming. I think definitely in program board is one of the advice committee. And I think it's a really cool PCU, and a lot of the work I commend you guys for doing everything. I went to a lot of events during the fall quarter as well. I found it was super cool the things you guys are doing on. It's more of a curiosity question, but also because of the funds and everything. Will that also help maybe with your guys, like, I guess, typically your guys' events when it comes to maybe like artists you guys invite or like or other things that maybe specifically help, or I just want to hear a little bit more in depth of like specific things that you guys will also work on when it comes to increasing the the funding, I guess, when it comes to the program board and everything. Maybe, but it helps also just like to give examples more, just to evaluate a bit more on age program board for putting the funding in. Because I'm just more curious about it, because I like your guys' organization a lot, so just like some specific examples. and stuff.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing exactly what the question was. Maybe if somebody could repeat it, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it was more of just out of curiosity. I was like wondering if like other specific examples of like how you guys would be using the funding and the program. I just was just curious, that's all.
How we're using like our rollover fund or the money that we're getting paid?
Never, okay. I can just,
The microphone's over here if you want.
Yeah,
Oh.
Senator Ganesh, I think, Commissioner Woods, if I could clarify for the senator, it's just, this is the money they're getting paid, not the money for ASP.
Oh.
This is like their salary,
oh, okay,
like they use it to pay rent and stuff.
okay.
Like,
I
yeah,
wanted to
this
do
does
that.
not
I-
affect their.
Senator, were
you, please wait to get called on? But yeah, I think that is the clarification. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator. Senator, what you doing?
I already have my question then, but yeah.
Any other questions? Senator Ganesh, can I, motion to table the bill to amend AS program board bylaws for 1 week? Yes, you may, is that motion you're making? Yes. There's been a motion to table a bill to amend AS program board bylaws for 1 week. Do we have a second? Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui, we're now in discussion. Senator Walla,
Call question?
the question has been called, is there an objection to the call to question? Consent. Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Singh,
Motion to add to the agenda the HIT proposal for the blue light emergency communication towers.
Point of order. Can you just do
Senator-
that when we're in action items?
Senator, Singh,
Are we not out of business right now? No? I was
I have not moved out of new business today.
just my
Motion is ended. All right. Now that we're moving into, let me just make sure that we're all clear in new business. Okay. Now I'll be moving us into action items. Starting off with the 2024/2025 election folks Senate review. Senator Siddiqui.
Chair Hanson informed me that he's only gonna be able to make it around 8 or 8:30. The chair wanted to come by and go over the changes that elections board made to the elections code this year to kind of explain the changes that they made, because there's a subcommittee of us that we have to approve whatever changes they made. So he's gonna come and speak about that in an hour.
You said 8 or
He
7?
said 8 to 8:30.
Oh, 8 to 8:30, okay. In that case, yeah, I'll be accepting any motions and action items at this time. And then we can move on to, something else if, Caleb isn't here with us by the time we get through, what's next. So I'll be accepting any motions at this time. Senator Singh.
motion to add on to the agenda, HIT proposal for blue light emergency communication towers.
There's been a motion to add the HIP proposal in like emergency communication towers. Is there a second? Senator Siddiqui,
Second.
seconded by Senator Siddiqui, we're now in discussion. Senator Lankarani.
Call question?
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Hearing none, motion passes. That's the proposal, blue light emergency communications tower, and we can start off with that if you're ready. All right, cool. Senator Singh.
It's all right with the chair, I'd like to invite our EVP and then Owen Myers.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, feel free to join us at the podium if you would like.
And then, did we open it up on the? Would you guys like to see this on the, big screen, or is it all right? You want it here? Okay, and then I'll keep it. Oh, yeah, Holly, can you put this, PIP proposal on the screen for us? Can you share that?
Yes, I can. Give me one second.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, though, as we're getting. If you want to begin or.
Just hi, everyone. Forgive me if I'm like a little like frazzled. I just came from an event earlier today. I don't know if you guys like heard about it. It went pretty well. I was very excited about it. We're definitely gonna work into, I guess I'll just give like some basic EV billing updates and I can just make this kind of like an exec report. It's like, well, very many, I guess it's already up, but planning to do a grand reopening itself in the future. I know that it was first starting as the grand reopening, but until the vending machine is done and the computers done, then I think that would be a proper time to do it. So like, it was rebranded to like the winter welcome. And I just think it's a great thing to just do activities for students and stuff. So I was happy with how it turned out. Thank you. I believe some of you guys actually did it. Paulo, one of them. Sorry if I missed any of you all, but I really appreciate those who turned out. And the screen-a-thons as well are continuing in conjunction with that. But other than that, I'll just get right into this project. As you can see very clearly in the project overview, but I'll just kind of like summarize the basics of what it says. This project is for Blue Light ePhone towers. You may have seen these towers around campus. There's actually a map you can find like on the website. However, as you may know, there are none of these towers in Isla Vista itself. All these towers are basically just concentrated all across campus. Even West Campus lacks a lot of these emergency towers. And so that's why this project was of such interest to groups such as the Isla Vista Foot Patrol and UCPD, because it was kind of a way to connect and branch associated students with like the law enforcement in a way that kind of like is like a mutual benefit, like a middle ground in which these towers can provide means for safety while also like not increasing like law enforcement presence, kind of like a sweet middle ground where people can like not increasing like the police force, but rather just going straight to these like machines, clicking the button and getting help. But of course, as we'll get into, these towers kind of like have a multifaceted like purpose. So yes, this project does aim to increase the Blue Light ePhone towers you see around campus in Isla Vista, mainly in certain locations. I have some of them listed here. Here, Fortuna Park, for example, Estero Park. These are just different parks like around that we love to have these towers. All these parks listed are owned by IVRPD, which I will get to later, but it's very important for permitting purposes. It just makes things a lot easier, as a lot of parks, I'll just like preface, are owned by the city. You'll see them marked on our map. It just like, it's called redevelopment agency. And it's basically just like owned by city or like companies like involved with the city. However, IVRPD owns specific parks. And these are what we're trying to like target, as they would be easier to like acquire and just have those towers placed at. So each tower is priced at $5,097. So they're expensive, however, they do provide a lot of important purposes. One of them, of course, as we go on is, first, I'll just direct you guys to like the project like mission section, just to talk about like the different approaches these towers take. First, of course, enhanced emergency accessibility. I mean, pretty self-explanatory. You go up to these towers, click the button, and they provide you a direct connection to either Foot Patrol or UCPD in the area, and they will just be able to address the situation. Of course, they're ADA compliant and have 24/7 wireless operation. I actually met with STESA, which is Standing Together Against Sexual Assault, to discuss this project before, because they directed the fact that it actually is a form of sexual assault risk reduction, which is great, and also a reduction of left safety risks, because some of these towers can be placed near the cliffs and act as a means of like light and also just like deterrence in that way. Of course, crime deterrence, leading in from deterrence. It's a reliable structure that deters crime within the vicinity of these towers. And so it's just like basically just like these towers are kind of like pillars of vigilance in that way. And I was so not only do they provide like direct contacts to the police, but they also provide a means of like just deterrence by existing. And of course, we've cited some supporting studies, just basically talking about the crime reduction of these towers, and how they can be beneficial in that way, just by having like their presence there. As for like the general project plan, I briefly mentioned this before when I was kind of like giving like that intro, like summary. So I'll get into it. After acquiring funding, the main process would be collaborating with IVRPD to secure permits and finalize agreements for tower placement. Following that, we would of course like confirm specific locations of the park, which would come with like getting the permits. Working with IVFP, who have already expressed interest and are very well aware of the plan. They would love to establish basically a memorandum of understanding between us and them that allows for ongoing tower maintenance as they would like to run the towers. So that would be something we would work on over the course of the project. This would probably be a project that spans over quite a long time just to get everything sorted. But I think just starting now with the funding and then working with Foot Patrol and the parks to secure these permits and then also draft up this contract will be a great start to just go and win the next year's for these towers. And of course, before completely launching the towers, we would test and verify like their accessibility and not only that, but their functionality, working with Ivy Foot Patrol and DCPD to make sure these towers work. Like I know one concern, for example, would be that was brought up, was what if like people just like click the buttons on the towers, just like walk up, click the button, but they're just doing it to mess around. They're not actually in an emergency situation. And I understand that. However, I think just considering what these towers provide as like a net benefit and the fact that like just their mere presence can provide like a means of safety, I think far outweighs the possibility of some people just messing and clicking on the towers. And I think themselves being able to like contact directly like to the police is like its own like deterrence from like doing that all the time. Finally, of course, we would launch into an awareness campaign to inform local residents of the towers, their like locations, probably create a map to just show like where these towers are and just publicize that map as much as possible. You can kind of see like the project timeline here. So hopefully in the case that this motion gets passed, if and when, I would then move on, and Arnie Dan and I would move on to basically talk with IVRPD, work with them, get these permits, as I mentioned before, and then collaborate with IVFP for tower setup and connection. Each tower would have to have a cell plan, so that's looking at around like $30 a month, which is why it's like the phone plans like outlined. So for these like first like few towers, we would have, for example, like they would need to have money per month for a cell line, and then hopefully as we work towards that, we would want, I believe, IVFP to like take over that as they are the ones using the tower, so that will be part of that memorandum of understanding. But that's just great because I think it would be just great to have like that phone plan for at least a couple of years to give like that basis for these towers. You can also find the links and references for each tower right there. They're hyperlinked. So yeah, that brings me basically to the end. I'd love to open like the floor to questions. Feel free to just ask me anything about the towers.
Thank you so much for coming and giving that presentation, senators. Senator Singh?
Yeah, thank you, EVPLA, for coming and giving us the entire presentation for this SIP proposal. I'd also like to say that this is just the beginning of this project. The initial 40K is probably going to be a lot more in the coming months. And I have had many conversations with the Superintendent's Union and also program boards interested as well. They pledged informally about $160,000 in total. Obviously, if this initial program goes well. So I'm really excited for this project and yeah, thank you.
Senator Singh?
Yeah, I just want to thank EVPLA Myers and Senator Singh. Senator Singh was the one who had the idea for the project, and you know, EVPLA Myers was a huge help in terms of contacting IVPRD and a bunch of local organizations and parks. And yeah, I'm really excited to see this project take hold. As Senator Singh said, we have a lot of rollover in our finance committee accounts, including IVTU and program board, and we do want to spend that money. And we do believe that there's opportunities to spend that money in relation to this project to build more towers. But we think that with the initial implementation of the 4 to 5 towers across IV, that it'll be a good enough sample size to demonstrate the greater need for it going forward. But just to very quickly reemphasize the points that EVPLA Myers and Senator Singh made, this is a completely, non-violent approach to safety. It's not increasing the number of police officers in the streets of Isla Vista or out at DP at night. It's simply creating a non-violent, safe, accessible resource for anyone in Isla Vista to be able to access, whether they're drunk or their phone's dead and they can't see anything. The tower will always be there because it's a physical object that you can find and it sticks out. So thank you so much for your work on this, both of you. I love that.
Senator Iden?
I definitely like the idea of using IBTU's funding. I think that that'd be a great opportunity to spend that down. I just had a quick question. Do you have like specific locations already picked out, or is that gonna happen after we pass the funding?
Yeah, so a lot of that will come after, but you can look at like the parks like listed, like in the summary, that's like some main ideas. They're basically just parks around like the loop. You'll find out like when we first started the project, I think the idea was mainly just target like areas of the loop itself and try to target like parks along PP. So you'll just see a lot of that from the parks listed.
Senator Saint?
I'd also like to expand that a little bit. In the summer, I had some conversations with the Isla Vista Foot Patrol, and they also gave me a lot of recommendations of where they'd like to see some towers. Obviously, starting off, you only have 5, but if we do go ahead with this, there's some recommendations on having it on east side of the Pardal near the loop, on Del Mar and Del Norte, on top of the loop on Trigo and Bar, Camino del Sur and del Playa, Camino Cordo, Camino Maricoro, and El Colegio, and also the Isla Vista Community Service District as well.
Senator Iden?
Yeah, also like if like within your discussion, also like I'd love for you to discuss potentially like implementing these. I live on 6-8 block and there's just a lot of like really shittily lit areas and it's a little sus at times, especially once you get kind of towards like Fortuna Park. Maybe seeing if you could get one over there, that'd be awesome. Because that's an area that like kind of like I think a lot of the areas are focused on like heavy traffic. But a lot of the low traffic areas, there's not a lot of safety measures. But I think this is a great start. I love this project.
No, absolutely, I absolutely agree with you. I think having it in those areas that are like far reach is definitely part of the plan.
Senator Lala?
Great work. This is a great idea, both of you. Thank you. I was just thinking, and if this hasn't come up yet, that's understandable too, but have you guys thought about promotional material or strategies for this? Of course, when people really need it, they'll find it, but it would be much more effective if there was a coordinated drive to communicate that there's new towers in IB, not only on campus itself.
No, of course. I think like in the awareness campaign, it was kind of vague, so I apologize. But for clarification, it would just be like, for example, like a bulk email first,
Sure.
to like just like the general awareness. Of course, like a social media campaign, sharing with like having like basically AS words like all introduce it, as many words as possible on campus, like introduce it. And I would probably do it in conjunction with like an EVPLA office event and work with Senator Imam and Senators Dan to like just like work on the project and like have that event set up. And yeah, like I think a drive itself is a great idea to just like get the word out. And Pardal is at a very central location as well.
Senator Elkins?
This looks amazing, and I'm really looking forward to see this go through. I just had a quick question. If you could elaborate on the type or the difference between the 2 tower models, that would be great.
Okay, so I believe the one that comes with like, I believe Senator Singh could probably give like a better like understanding of like the towers themselves, but the one you see that comes like for the, I believe it's the K1, the K1 tower is like the newer model. That like is like a newer model, basically it's powered like through like satellite like technology. Versus I think the other one you see is the ones commonly seen on campus and it's the one you're utilized by campus. I believe they just like are connected like to the ground and grounded. I believe that's like the main difference.
Senator Saint?
Yeah, you go right. The K1 towers are the one, yeah. The blue light towers are the one that is on campus, and the K1 towers are actually the ones with solar panels on them, which I think are better for the environment, better electricity wise. You have to worry about them being electricity tower. I think we will be going ahead with the K1 blue light tower this time is still.
But we'd also like to add that they're very weather resistant towers, so you don't have to worry about like them like falling apart like due to like a storm or something like that.
All right, the floor is still open. I'm open to hearing any motions at this time. Senator, Saint?
Well, I just make a motion to pass the proposal. How would that work?
Yeah, I believe so, if I'm not wrong, you would, you'd make a motion to pass then.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that I'm curious about is that I don't remember how much money is left in the high impact project budget because of LinkedIn Live. So we might not even have the 40,000.
Senator Hyden.
I was also curious because I do like the idea of using IVTU's funding. If we could maybe potentially look into that before we pass it from any other funding stream, just because that one's kind of been sitting there for a long time.
Anything?
Well, we do obviously have plans for those as well. One thing I've been working on, the IBTU fund is for a grant support program for residents of Isla Vista. That would be about 50K for the project program, but obviously we're gonna expand that later on. What we could use for this is the Senate unallocated amount. If I'm not wrong, we have about $86,000 left in that one. And we also have funds in our Senate undesignated account, which we can transfer money from just by a simple resolution.
Senator Siddiqui.
I was gonna suggest, I can also take the point of personal privilege, like if someone just wanted to call Michael and ask. Who wants to? Good, Senator Adams, thank you.
Senator Hyden.
Do you want to just ask the question
Yeah.
the council? I can also just put them on speaker for everyone.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
I love this guy.
His home phone.
Oh, yeah. You got a second for Senate? Oh, okay. I can get you back later then. Okay. All right, bye. Come back to.
Okay, Senator Siddiqui. What are you feeling?
Dr. Marquez, I'm guessing not, but do you recall how much money is left in the Senate High Impact Project Fund? The High Impact Project Fund for the Senate?
I can pull it up.
We've not drawn down, from it because there are projects that are in process. Before I move, Senator.
Worst comes to worst, what you can do is table this to the finance committee, since this is 40K, we could probably fund it from the IBTU fund. But I think it will be great if Senate could be more involved in this, just so we have more hands on that. We have more things to do from everyone. So this is something to consider.
Senator Lola.
This is probably a question for Senator Singh. You probably know best, and I don't know if it is a silly question, but would it be workable to split the cost between either high impact projects and IVTU? Or send an allocated in IVTU, and if so, which of those two options would be preferable?
Senator Singh.
Yeah, so what we could do is, maybe we can fund the blue light towers itself. Or sorry, the maintenance costs and the phone plans here today from Senate allocated is about 15K. And the blue light towers itself is about 25,000. We could table that to my committee and we could fund that in the IBTU fund. So 15K from unallocated and 25K for the IBTU. We could do that.
Senator Hyden.
I feel I prefer if we started with IVTU's funding, just in case, because I think there's gonna be more projects coming out that other senators might want to use, and if we use unallocated, where those projects are a little more restricted in their availability of using those like specified funding sources.
Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, I think Senator Iden brought up a good point. It is truly unfortunate that more than half of the money in our high impact project fund is gone and has been used on a project that has not been implemented and that will not be implemented. So that being said, like I'm looking at the budget right now with the high impact projects fund. We had $58,000 allocated to it. And we spent $30,000 on LinkedIn Learning, so we have $28,000 left. And so I would just recommend using the 28K from the High Impact Project Fund, and then taking the other funds, I would table it to Finance Committee and use rollover instead of going into the Senate unallocated, and then I would welcome a resolution next week to take funds from AS undesignated to fund both the Senate unallocated and the High Impact Project Fund.
Senator,
Just one thing I'd like to say about that, if we're doing a resolution, we also need to have an exact plan of what we're gonna be using that money for. So like, if we can just say transferring 100K from undesignated to allocated, we have an exact reason for this as well. And another thing, the Senate unallocated money is the one that is like supposed to be federal use funds. IBTU has many, the IBTU fund has many constraints around it. It's only for either this attendance, right? And it's only for like rent or like safety and IV. That's mainly what that fund is supposed to be used for. So I would prefer, at least for now, that we don't use the IBTU fund, but since we don't really have a lot of money in our high impact projects account, I'm not super against it, but I would recommend.
Senator Iden,
Also, just for clarification, IVTU's at $400,000 unspent.
Senator Singh,
Well, sorry.
Senator Singh,
It is about 400,000, but money still hasn't been processed yet, you know, but I would say it's about 300, 250, around that much.
Senator.
I think that if we've been struggling to spend a lot of the new accounts that we put in finance committees, so I think going there to try to use like that money is the best approach before Senate unallocated. I agree with Senator Iden. And then, you know, if it ends up being the case that we can't figure out how to fund the remainder of it, then, you know, we could fund it through unallocated the next week. I guess this would be open to either Senator Singh or EVPLA Myers to answer. Is there any like hard deadline on when this funding needs to be passed for the initial 5?
Senator Singh,
I would say maximum next week is a hard deadline, because we really want to get that verbiage coming in. My committee does not meet next week, there's the holiday, so we do have to remember that. So yeah, what we could do is that we could fund the blue light towers today, and then maintenance and phone times covered later. So at 25, okay.
Senator Iden.
Yeah, I was gonna, I didn't realize you guys, because I forgot about the holiday. I was gonna recommend tabling it to your committee just for discussion, and also just so there can be more time to meet with Michael. I think like even with the timeline, like because like if we pass money for this for a project like this, I feel like Ivy Foot Patrol is probably still gonna be down if we like make this known. Or are they gonna, I don't think like the project's gonna like go up in the air if we put it off by 2 weeks.
I would like to add that the issue with putting, the issue with putting it off too is just, I think these kind of implementations take like a long time. And like, if it gets to the point where, for example, like, I'm like exchange with like the new EVPLA, this might be a project they don't like continue as much because it wasn't like their own, like part, they weren't part of it. So I'd like to like emphasize, like, I think urgency like is important.
Senator Siddiqui,
Okay, so if next week, like 122 is the hard deadline, it's interesting. Are you guys gonna hold an email vote or anything?
Senator Singh,
We usually don't, we just don't hold a meeting, but cases like these, I would consider it.
Senator Siddiqui.
I would say it's up to you, because I mean, it's your committee. I don't want to put too much burden on you. If you wanted to, and I could also potentially help out, maybe just like talking to some of those entities, like I agree with just passing the funding for the towers, and then maybe talking to IVTU program board or whoever else and seeing how we can fund the other items. And then if it ends up being the case that, you know, we can't reach an agreement before next week, Wednesday, then like we can pass the funding at the Senate.
Senator Singh.
Yeah, agree. Cool. So just to make sure we're gonna be funding this from our HIP account.
Senator Iden.
I'm not directly answering your question. But- So so we want to pass some of the funding today, but not all of it. Would that not still also just affect the timeline?
Senator Singh.
Well, we could put the order in for the towers, if we get the funding for that, right? And then get the orders.
Sure.
Senator Iden.
I'm kind of having a difficulty seeing the significance in putting a project off like this for 2 weeks if it's gonna have a long implementation plan anyways. Especially if it's gonna take funding out of unallocated, that wouldn't be possible compared to just using the TU fund.
Senator Singh.
The plan we decided upon was at 25K today. And then hopefully on Monday, my committee can do an email or get that approved, the rest of it.
Senator Siddiqui.
Okay, I don't know if this is made clear. If you guys go to the budget breakdown, so there's 3 items for the tower itself. For 5 of them, it's $25,485. For the maintenance costs, it's $10,000 for each of the 5 towers, and then for the phone plans, it's $5,000 for each of the towers. So what's understanding suggested is that because we have $28,000 in the high impact project fund, that we use the entirety of that fund or the 25,000 that we have to fund the blue light towers, and on the maintenance costs and the phone plans, Senator Singh is going to talk to IBTU and program board and the other orgs who offered to sponsor it. And if we're not able to reach an agreement with them before next week, Wednesday, then we'll seek an alternative.
Was everyone able to understand that? Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to partially fund the high impact project proposal for blue light emergency communication towers to the tune of $25,485 to fund the construction of 5 blue light towers.
Yeah, just signify where the money's coming from.
Oh,
Senator Siddiqui.
I rescind my motion.
Motion rescinded. Senator Siddiqui.
I motion to partially fund the high impact project proposal for blue light emergency communication towers to the tune of $25,485 from the Senate High Impact Project Fund.
There's been a motion to partially fund the high impact project proposal, blue light emergency communication towers to the tune of $25,485 from the Senate High Impact Project Fund. Is there a second? Senator Singh?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Singh. We are now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah on the motion? The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion.
A point of order.
Yes.
We have in our standing rules, we have to do the hand vote.
Oh,
for
you're
funding.
so right. Okay, you are so right. Thank you for reminding me. We're gonna do a hand vote. So can I have everyone who is for passing the high impact proposal of a tune of $25,485. So this is yes to passing said amount. Can I have you raise them high for yeses? 1, 2, 3. Okay. 15.
We have one.
And then on Zoom,
I'm raising my hand.
so 1, and then is there a vote recorded for Lily? Okay. So that's 16 yes. Noes? Abstentions? The motion passed. Senator Singh.
Motion to table the HIP proposal, blue light emergency communication tower to the finance committee.
There's been a motion to table the high impact project proposal, blue light emergency communications Towers to the Finance Committee. Is there a second? Seconded by, oh, sorry, Senator Siddiqui,
Second.
seconded by Senator, Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. If we're now, okay, so, Senator Martinez. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion is passed. Okay, since Caleb's not here right now, so
He is not.
we'll, move now into old business. We're gonna start off with a bill to dissolve, the Commission on Culture, Arts, Joy, Justice to the first Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this legislation in its intent has only changed very slightly since last week. The only difference is that, upon some conversations with Senator Iden and other senators, again, whilst acknowledging the great work that the food bank does for UCSB and the greater Iowa State community, we did feel that the funding proposal sent in by the food bank was a little bit vague in terms of specifically what they planned on funding in terms of listing out specific events. And so what me and Senator Iden were thinking is that we would transfer these funds to Senate unallocated, and then we would set up a meeting with leadership just to kind of go over that proposal and get more specifics. But yeah, other than that, everything else about this legislation stays the same. And I have nothing further. Move my time.
Thank you. To the second, Senator Iden.
Yeah, kind of just building off of what Dan says. After reading the food bank proposal, it felt a little incomplete to myself. I was hoping for a little more concrete usage of the funds. So I emailed them today. We're gonna set up a meeting to see the possibilities of where they're potentially able to spend it. And also, like, it just kind of goes without saying in my mind that, like, it's not necessarily like these funding, like, the funding isn't promised to the food bank. Is just one of our, like, probably the top option we have right now in terms of using it. So I'm open to hearing any other suggestions of what other senators might think it could be potentially used for. But I mean, personally, I think it'd be really cool if the food bank got like a renovation or some fridges or like some better food options, like they got meat, that'd be so cool, like, or proteins. But yeah, looking to hear any like feedback on that, and appreciate the consideration.
Yeah.
I support giving it to the food bank, but I was also confused when I gave the proposal and there wasn't a specific like desire to put in fridges, because I was under the impression that that was what the money would be used for. So if that's like a concrete plan made within your meeting, then I think that's the best foot forward.
Senator Iden.
Yeah, also, like, we'll see how it goes with the meeting with them, but I also think like there'll probably be like an option of like giving them the funding contractually. So like just for a specific service that the Senate might think the food bank could use, but obviously we won't know until we meet with them.
Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, I also want to add that when I met with the food bank, they did talk about, losing my train of thought here. But what Senator Suk was referring to, the refrigeration, yes, they did, in my meeting with them, they did talk about how they wanted to use the funding for refrigeration specifically, and then they also said culturally diverse events, but it was just never, that information was never relayed in the proposal. So I think just like getting them to redo it should be fine in a couple of weeks.
The floor is still open. I'm open to hearing any questions, suggestions, any motions at this time. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to pass a bill to dissolve the Commission on Culture, Arts, and Joy Justice.
There's been a motion to pass a bill to dissolve the Commission on Culture, Arts, and Joy Justice. Is there a second? Senator El Khatib.
Second.
Second by Senator El Khatib. We are now in discussion. Senator Siddiqui.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Point of order.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you, thank you. All right. So we're going to be doing yeses for dissolving the the Commission on Culture, Arts, and Joy Justice. Gonna have you raise them high or yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eighteen yeses, noes? Abstentions? The motion passes. It is all Commission on Culture, Arts, and Joy Justice. All right, moving into a bill to revise eligibility criteria for AS funding of SEAL student groups. To the first, Senator Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I think discussed last week, this bill is just going to cut down the waiting period that RCOs need to wait before they can be officially recognized for the association. Now, instead of one full academic quarter, it's now, once this bill passes, it will be down to 5 academic weeks, which may roll over into 6 subsequent quarters. And it also directs the ASUCSB staff to grant account numbers for RCOs that are not newly eligible to each association.
Thank you so much. Senator Elkins, do you have anything to add on?
Not much to add, just, it'll cut down the unnecessary delay in accessing financial resources for new RCOs.
Thank you so much. The floor is now open, senators, for questions, suggestions, motions at this time. Senator Iden?
Will the fine be levied on the requisition?
Senator Singh?
I believe you're referring to the second bill. We're talking
Oh, sorry, my fault.
about,
My apologies.
Senator Iden?
My other question is if you talked with anyone in SEAL as to how the like the quarter the system got played in the first place, or if there's any concerns with potentially lowering it for orgs who may not show that they're like have been as consistent in the past, because that's kind of like my mind as to why that was in place in the first place, because it shows that they've been like consistent throughout the quarter and they're going to continue programming.
Senator Singh?
yes, I've had many conversations with the director of SEAL, Carlos Navarro. In my conversations with him, he was completely supportive of this. He was even down to just cut it down to 0 weeks. The thing is, the SEAL already has many training programs for financial, for leadership, so we don't really have to add on to that. And they already have a waiting period for 1 full quarter. So this would just cut it down to 1.5 instead of 2 full quarters.
The floor is still open for any comments, motions. Senator Iden?
Motion to pass a bill to revise eligibility criteria for AS funding of SEAL student groups.
There's been a motion to pass a bill to revise eligibility criteria for AS funding of SEAL student groups. Is there a second? Seconded by, oh, sorry, Senator Singh.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Singh. We are now in discussion. Senator Lala,
Call the question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection or do I go through? Okay, is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Consent. Okay, now we're moving into a hand vote. So if you are for, yes to pass this bill, raise your hand high.
Point of order.
Yes.
I think that that's the standing rule for that is just for funding. So this one we can just pass by
It's
unanimous.
not, actually.
Oh,
It says, passing legislation. Let me get the exact, let me look it up.
interesting.
We could just do allocations of money, but it does say,
Okay, I might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Chair's discretion.
it's okay. Well, for this one, we'll do it, but then moving forward, because I don't think there's any allocations. But yeah, yeses for passing. Noes? Abstentions? All right, the motion passes. Senator Steve.
Yeah, so now that we're not on the topic of any specific legislation, just to piggyback off the previous discussion, within the standing rules. I just wanted to, like, really quickly, within the standing rules, section C, subsection 1A, it states all motions that involve the approval, allocation, or movement of funds, as well as any motion for the passage of any legislation, shall require a recorded vote for passage. So, yeah, I think and be recorded vote.
Senator Lamborghini.
Real quick, I'd like to motion to excuse Senator Dominic Wong at 7:41 PM and have him replaced with a proxy. Can we do that?
You know the proxy?
Yes.
Okay. Can you write the name of the proxy? And then can you rescind that motion?
Yes.
And then, redo the motion with the name of the person, Senator Lamborghini.
Motion, so first I rescind my original motion, and I now motion to excuse Senator Wong at 7:41, replace with proxy, Dexter Laviolette.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Wang at 7:41 and replace him with proxy Senator
Laviolette.
Laviolette. Can I have? you-
Point of order. Sorry,
Sorry,
this,
Senator C.
sorry, I think this motion is like confusing. I would just recommend to first motion to excuse Senator Wang at 7:41 PM, then move into acceptance of proxies and then do it there for the proxy part.
Okay, thank you. What time is it? Is it 7? Okay. And weren't we in discussion of something else? Yeah.
To stay here a little longer.
So we're in, order please. We're still in new business. I'm gonna have us move now into excused absences. I'm accepting now any motions in excused absences. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to excuse Senator Wang at 7:43 PM.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Wang at 7:43 PM. Is there a second? Senator Martinez. Second. Seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadah,
Call a question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We're still in excused absences. I'm now accepting, oh, sorry, moving from excused absences to acceptance of proxies. I'm now accepting any motions at this time. Senator Lamborghini.
Motion to.
Yes, Senator?
Do I not have to rescind my motion to bundle and to all proxies or?
Well, there's been no motion just yet. Senator Siddiqui.
I believe because the motion that was made pertained to all the items that were on the agenda at that time, only pertains to those items. So I think you would need a new motion for this. So I don't think you'd have to rescind the motion.
You don't think you can do it? Okay. I don't think. Okay, still in, acceptance of proxies. Senator Lamborghini.
Motion to accept.
Wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Before you, can you type in, you have the.
I typed it down.
Okay, thank you. Continue, please.
Motion to accept Dexter Laviolette as a proxy for Senator Wong for the rest of the meeting.
There's been a motion to accept, Dexter Laviolette as proxy for Senator Wang, for the rest of the meeting. Is there a second? Senator Martinez, seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadah.
Call a question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. You're able to come and join us. And now we're moving back into, new business, old business. And for this last piece of, legislation, we're going to do a handful when we get there, if we get there. All right, moving into a bill to mandate publicity for events with food provided by associated students. To the first, Senator Singh. He's happy to join us.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This bill, pretty straightforward. Essentially, if an RTO or an ASNP sponsoring an RCO is throwing an event that has food provided by provided by the associated students, they have to put up some kind of marketing out in public events and public spaces. That could be a social media post or an email campus wide, or just a flyer up in a public place like the library or just a new set. And there's also a warning system and a fine system in place. And to answer Senator Iden's question before, if I'm not wrong, the fine will be payable to the AS ticket office. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To the second, do you have anything to add, Senator LP?
Thank you, Chair. This bill is just making sure that our student fees are being used responsibly, which I think is very important. There you
Of course. The floor is now open. Senator Lincoln.
Senator McClintock has their hand raised.
Thank you so much for making that aware. Senator McClintock, do you have anything to add?
Hi, I just had a question. I was talking with my BCU that I'm a liaison for today, and they had a question, does this stipulate only catered events? Or does this include all food, even if it's just like, we're gonna have snacks here? Just because they were curious about getting fined, whether or not they advertised if they were just gonna have snacks versus if it was, oh, we're having catering coming to our event.
Thank you. Senator Singh?
It would be for snacks as well. Let's say if you have the pizzas in place. Well, I guess it's not a snack. What is your definition of snacks? Trying to understand of that. It's so
Yeah.
very case by case based.
Case by case basis. Thank you so much. The floor is still open. Any,
Can I,
Jeff?
sorry, can I ask another question?
yeah, what's up?
Because sometimes groups like will flyer with snacks. Do they also have to advertise that they're like flyering with food?
Senator Singh?
I don't understand the question.
Senator McClintock, can you reiterate that question again, please?
I'm just curious. Okay, never mind. It's a case by case basis. It's okay. I can figure it out on my own. I was just interested about what stipulation of food meant.
Thank you. The floor is now open. Senator Iden.
So the fine is gonna be placed on the group itself, and it's just gonna be payable to the ticket office.
So no,
Senator Singh?
not 100% sure about that, but I think how it works is that either it goes to the ticket office or it's issued on the bank account of the student that pays the requisition for.
Senator Iden?
I'm having trouble finding like an enforceability aspect to that, if it's like a direct fine placed on a student, because one, they don't have to pay it. Would we be able to make this like requisitions only, similar to what we did with the like the BCU thing that was passed like in the fall?
Senator Singh?
Well, if they don't pay the fine, they won't be funded again. Association.
Senator Iden?
Do we have the capacity to fine RCOs?
No, you're good. Senator Singh?
The fine system is already in place. Was actually taken inspiration from the section just before that in our financial policy. If you open the bill and you look at the section right before, you see it's about publicity in general. Right, it's already in place.
Senator Henderson?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of restate Senator McClintock's question because I thought it was pretty good. But so when BCUs table and they provide snacks or, little things at their tabling events, would they have to advertise these tabling events that might, occur every day throughout the week? Do they have to advertise every single time they table, or just like all of the tabling is okay to just advertise that all together?
Senator Singh?
It's okay to just advertise altogether that we're gonna be tabling, that we're doing provide food as well. Just make sure that you have an exception for giveaways, it's better to get policy.
Right.
Senator Singh? Do you have more to add?
Motion to pass the bill to mandate publicity for events that feed or starts at 3:2.
There's been a bill, or sorry, there's been a motion to pass a bill to mandate publicity for events with food provided by associated students. Is there a second? Second, or sorry, Senator Wikidola,
Second?
seconded by Senator Wikidola. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadat,
Call a question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Consent. All right. Now we're moving into a hand vote. For yeses to pass said bill, please raise your hands high. For yeses to pass the bill. All right. No? Abstention. You know what? I forgot the people on Zoom. We're gonna do it again. Yeses, hand high. And also on Zoom, if you vote yes, please raise your hand. No? Abstention? The bill passes. Motion passes. All right, moving from, old business and stone through. Okay. Okay, excellent. Moving from old business now into discussion items, and the floor is now open. Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, I know that, Senator Singh, if you had a discussion item you wanted to add as well, you're more than welcome. I guess we are seeing Chair Hanson come into the room, so on second thought, if you want to move out of discussion items and go back into, action items for the elections code, if you're ready.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot right away, but yeah, we can move back into action item. Moving into the 2024-2025 elections code. And this is the Senate version. And Holly, could you pull that up for us if possible? And please take your time, moment to, pull it up and catch your breath, but whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Dan, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, sorry I was late. I had a section because we scheduled those late ones. So my name is Cale Hanson. You guys have met me before. I'm the chair of the elections board. We as a board spent the majority of fall quarter going line by line, as the Senate liaisons can attest, making sure everything in the code at least somewhat makes sense. There's a lot wrong in it, from just dates to citations. So all of that's fixed. One of our biggest changes that we made is modifying the recall procedure. So now, instead of board policy, it's AS policy to just immediately when the petition is hit, a recall is triggered. Other than that,
there's minor things here and there. One of the bigger discussions that we had while doing this was about parties. And we've kind of determined that we are going to put it to the people with your guys' consent, obviously. Basically, we want to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot in spring that will either eliminate parties entirely, because currently we allow 3 positions to have parties. So it's either gonna eliminate it permanently or bring them back fully. We as a board think that parties could be rather beneficial not only to our system, but also to turnout for the elections. So we have like preliminary edits made to the party system, but they aren't in this document as you see, because we first need to make constitutional changes to that. Other than that, the other major change we made would be in, oh, I don't even know how to find it quickly. It basically is just saying that prior to our update, the election code was allowed to be updated a singular time in a year, which caused issues because last year it got updated without the knowledge of the elections board, and we kind of were just stuck with it, unable to change it and adapt it. So that now basically says that the elections code can be changed as much as necessary up until, I think it's like week 3 of winter quarter, week 4 of winter quarter. Yeah, and then a lot of things was just date shifting, because we realized while being the board that a lot of the dates are like super unachievable. So it basically, everything kind of got pushed 1 or 2 weeks, but it's all still accomplishable. Like it should all still be fine. Other than that, if you guys have any specific questions, I can answer them. If not, there are other parts of the code I need to talk to you guys about, but that's more in my chair report because it has to do with scheduling of the spring election in regards to a religious holiday and conflicts with our constitution. So I'll take questions about the immediate code right now. I'll answer other questions too, whatever you guys.
Thank you so much. And thank you for coming right after your class as well. Senators, do you have any questions for Caleb? Senator Iden?
Would you be able to just, I have 2 questions. One, if you could specify for the Senate, kind of what we discussed last time in terms of shifting the dates around for the religious holiday. I guess I have 3 questions. The other one is going to be if you could elaborate on potentially doing a constitutional amendment that be voted on to make grant elections board exceptions for religious holiday. And then the third one is going to be about will moving it around, because I know a lot of the times campus joins in on the ballot. If there's any issues with voting on like lock-in fees, I think this year we have like 28. And if there's any issues with moving the election state around in the campus election.
Yeah, so going in order, what the senator is referencing is currently the way our election is codified. The campaign week, which is week 3 of spring quarter, overlaps entirely with Passover. We worked with a couple senators and reached out to the AS Jewish Commission to try to find a solution to this. Currently, we have 2 solutions made. It would either be, we would change, you guys would pass a resolution that would allow campaigning to go week 2 and 3, and that would all be soft campaigning. And then active campaigning would be the first 2 or 3 days of week 4, and then the election would happen after that. That would kind of give like an ample time to both
campaign, do like the soft campaign stuff, like put up a sign, make posts, all that. While the holiday is also happening. The other option that gets a little more scary and complicated is we move the election to week 4, or move the campaign period to week 4, which would boot the election to week 5. The problem with this is our Constitution requires, the exact language says, the election must be over by week 5. I interpret that as it can include week 5. The one risk we run is if we do not hit that 20% threshold, we risk by the end of week 5, that risks the election kind of being like invalidated. Because, and that's in the Constitution, so that's not like an easy fix. Going on the senator's second point, we did talk about passing a constitutional amendment to kind of the tune of the election must be over by week 5 unless, with the exception of accommodations for religious holidays, natural disasters, etc., with the approval of 2/3 of the Senate or something to that regard. What was the third?
Senator Iden?
It was about if potentially moving the date around conflicts with the campus election.
Yeah, so I have reached out to, her name's Emma, she's like the chancellor's rep on the, she has a title, but I do not know it at the moment. Basically, she said that every other campus election kind of just follows us. And to make that, we should figure out the accommodations necessary to make, and they'll just go with us. I'm going to a physical campus election committee where the entire committee is going to meet next week, I want to say. So I might have more clarity. The goal is to finalize these schedules either this week or next week. We have elections board tomorrow at 5 in Natty, if any of you guys would like to come express opinions on this. But yeah, those are the two options. I'd love your guys' opinions on them because we were discussing in elections board, neither of them are quite ideal. So we kind of just need to figure out what works best in the long run.
Yeah, thank you for coming to us with this issue, Senator Law.
Chair, permission to go back and forth just for a second,
Yeah,
because I have a
go
few, thank you. So, thank you for going, Caleb. When we last discussed this, my impression was that or the foremost option was that we do the route of starting soft campaigning week 4 and then middle of week 4 have the actual elections open while people continue campaigning, so it stretches late into week 5. Could you just explain the week 2 option? I didn't quite, because if I'm not mistaken, the holiday would be on week 3, correct?
Yes, so the soft campaigning is mostly a concept of like social media posts.
Yeah.
Like you cannot physically like be in the arbor doing anything. So the kind of concept behind that idea is, since we're giving 2 weeks, it allows like social media posts to get out, people to announce their candidacies. And there would still be the holiday conflict, but it would kind of give time to accommodate that.
Okay, and under this plan, the soft campaigning will start week 2.
Yeah, it would go 2, 3, and we
Got it.
wouldn't start active campaigning until Passover was over, which would be, if
Beginning of
I'm
week
not
1.
mistaken, that Sunday
Got it.
of the Sunday before week 4, so we'd start Monday morning hard campaigning, and that would only go 1 or 2, maybe
Sure.
3 days, and then we'd hit right into the election.
Okay, that makes sense, because if I'm not mistaken, the holiday includes barring the use of technology for a part of it, so maybe extending it to week 2 does make sense. My only concern there would be, when would announcing candidacy happen? Would that affect that? Would it be late winter quarter? Because it seems ideal, at least, to, give people a little time to think about it, and maybe
Yeah.
until early spring.
So the declaration of candidacy meeting is week 9 of winter quarter.
Oh, so it's week 9, either way.
So, and we do like let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I have a schedule for this all up. But we do. I don't believe there's any events between. Yeah, so there's the orientation meeting. Pro-con statements are due, which that's due during week 2, so that doesn't affect the that doesn't interact with Passover at all. And yeah, everything else starts, you aren't technically supposed to announce your candidacy until soft campaigning starts.
One last question. I know we briefly spoke about this as well, but about the point of the constitutional amendment that would solve the biggest potential risk here, that week 5 passes and we're still not at the threshold. Has there been any movement on a potential winter election? I know that this is not the only potential constitutional amendment being discussed, and there might be elections for certain positions. And if so, when would that be important?
So I was gonna talk about that a little later tonight. I can just do everything now, I guess. So my plan was to talk to you guys tonight. I have elections board tomorrow, and then Monday of week 3, I'm going to put out like the application for candidacy. Week 4, I was going to start campaigning with the same typical schedule of like 3 days for soft campaigning, 3 days for hard campaigning type thing. And then week 5 is when we would open up the election. As for the constitutional amendments, I know there has been talks of the Senate wanting to put some constitutional amendments on this winter special election. It is possible, however, the way our code's currently written for special elections, because we struggle with turnout so much, we can lower the threshold to only need 8%, but we cannot do that for a constitutional amendment. So if we put a constitutional amendment on, the entire election would become a 20% threshold, which would be difficult. It's not impossible. If you guys want to propose constitutional amendments, I will put them on. It would just take campaigning on your guys' parts to get the turnout to what it needs to be.
When would the deadline be for the constitutional amendments?
That would be a great question for me to ask Sean. Marcella, do you know what that timeline looks like? She does not.
The election board has to vote.
Mhm.
So it's part of your.
So I guess if you guys would like to put constitutional amendments out, I would ask that you guys tell me in the next couple of days, and I'll push back that election period to do like 4, 5, 6 or 5, 6, 7. We can do, and then we could have just push the election back in spring and just miss Passover by doing 4, 5, 6 in spring. If you guys want to go that route, I will happily go along. It will just take a lot of work, and we might need a little extra funding to do like a get out the vote campaign. For both, because we usually do one in spring and it takes up a good chunk of our money. So if we were to have to do one in winter and spring, it would be a little rough on that end.
Right. Thank you. Senator Siddiqui.
I mean, this is a question, so like with extending it past week 5, every single year besides last year, we've struggled to meet the threshold because we got rid of political parties and the whole campus lost interest in AS. So like, if we had this election week 6, considering this is like peak budget delibs for the Senate, also considering like we term in week 8, it cuts the transition time in half. Like, I mean, do you share those concerns, or do you also worry about meeting the threshold because that's already been an issue with having the election in week 4?
Yeah, that was a concern that I've had. And that's why our constitution's written as it is. I would say that's why I think the 2 week option where we do week 2, 3 campaigning is the best. It would not hurt to put a clause in our constitution about religious accommodations. But I guess overall, it just depends the strength of our candidates' campaigns next quarter, whether or not we're gonna be able to hit the candidate threshold on time. Because this year it was a more divisive election, which helped turnout, and we did hit it on time barely. So if we have another election like that, I would not be concerned about hitting the threshold. It's just it's hard to see which way political winds are blowing, especially before candidates have even started declaring.
Senator Iden?
I have one comment. I'm against doing a winter constitutional amendment. Just I really don't think we get the voter turnout. I think that's gonna be a mess and it would just mess up with SAG. My other question is to you and also open-ended to the Senate. It also might be a JC and Marcella question, is if we do the constitutional amendment in the spring, because we're to change on campus to just like an open position. That's what the idea is for that position, correct? For one of those? Siddiqui?
Senator Siddiqui?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember like my specific ideas for constitutional.
Okay.
amendments.
I'm just gonna go with that one off the top of my head. So if a person is elected off of that premise that they are elected as an on-campus senator, if we change the constitution, they're still technically an on-campus senator, but they hold the position of like an open senator position. So would we be able to, after that passes, hire anyone for on-campus, or are we still constricted by the on-campus title?
So in my opinion on that, the way I would word that constitutional amendment is basically starting next election, which I know sucks to have to wait a whole election, but it's kind of just impractical to say starting immediately while also electing constitutionally senators that won't exist if the amendment passes.
Senator Lola?
Is there any precedent of winter elections ever reaching 20%?
So I believe, and Marcelo can correct me on this, prior to, I think it was before COVID that this changed, but I'm not sure. Yeah, well, it used to, what I was told is before, that the 8% threshold is a new addition. That it wasn't always there and it used to have to hit 20% even if it's such a section.
That's also true.
So
It was just, so what the election board, was, the attempt was first made. Y'all are free to head out. Thank you. When that's on the old.
yeah, so prior to that being passed, it used to be forced 20%. So obviously there is precedent in the past for it. There also used to hit 40% voter turnout in spring elections prior to COVID, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, the floor is still open. Thank you so much for coming. Does anyone have any, lasting questions for Caleb as he's here with us? Any questions that you might, want him to discuss tomorrow at his meeting or bring to his board, anything like that? Senator Gannett?
Just a quick clarification question. So you're gonna leave this question of party system open, which means you're gonna put it on the ballot for spring?
Yes, so currently the way our party system is set up is they passed a constitutional amendment
I want to say it was my freshman year, maybe the year before, to eliminate parties in the Senate, SAG, and IVP. It wasn't a total party block, which is kind of what's left us in this limbo. So the way I'm gonna treat it is I'm gonna encourage that the amendment be written to the regard of, do you want parties to come back? And if that were to fail, like have a clause in it that would just eliminate parties in its entirety if it fails. And then just clear everything about parties out of the elections code and run with that.
Senator Goodall.
So let's say you put it on the ballot, if people don't want parties, it goes out.
Mhm.
If there's a unanimous decision of the people to want parties back, that'll be implemented the following election year.
Yes, so. And I'm working with my board. We're definitely looking a lot more cohesive than we've ever been since COVID to keep admin that will push the similar things. So if we would spend a lot of our fall quarter next year working to reestablish parties in our system. And by spring election, have the goal of there being active parties in our system.
Senator, what do you do?
Just a question again, maybe to come in, what time and writing application for your meeting tomorrow?
Yeah, so it is in Natty at 5 p.m. And we typically run till about 7:30.
Thank you, Caleb.
Right. I don't know if this is possible for you guys to take like a straw poll if you want to put constitutional amendments on this winter.
What do you mean by straw poll?
Like, obviously, it doesn't need to be official, but just like take the opinion, because I just need to know either,
okay.
I need to
Yeah,
know
yeah,
rather
yeah.
soon whether it's going on.
Well, yeah, so you can, well, senators, he's basically saying he wants, and if correct me if I'm wrong, you're basically asking the Senate, can you expect any constitutional, amendments or changes, that he has this on his radar to know? But yeah, that's a valid.
Just for the winter.
Oh, sorry, yes, for winter.
Yeah,
That's a valid question to propose. Senator Siddiqui.
I think instead of just proposing the question, like, let's just make it a discussion item to talk about it, and like, I'm the liaison, I'll go to the meeting tomorrow and just relay whatever the consensus is.
right.
That sounds fine with me. So this could be something that your Senate liaison can come and give you more information, tomorrow at your meeting.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
But thank you again for coming to, discuss and giving us all this really good and insightful information. Senators, anything else for Caleb before he heads out? Nope. All right. Thank you so much, Caleb.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Okay. It's 8:19 right now. We have, a few things that I want to get through, and do it all before, a recess at 9. Yeah. We were back into action items. Okay. Yeah, okay, so now leading from action items, we're going to be heading into discussion items. And the floor is now open in discussion items. Senator Singh.
Just a quick question, Chair. Can we add the to be approved section 3 minutes notifications?
Yeah, Senator Siddiqui?
I'll do.
Yes. Because it has to be motion, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, if someone can do it. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to add the to be approved folder under minutes on the agenda.
There's been a motion to add the to be approved folder onto the agenda. Is there a second? Senator Iden,
Second.
seconded by Senator, Iden. for now in discussion. Senator Lake Barani. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call the question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion is passes. Yeah, we're still in discussion item though, so. So the floor is open. Senator Singh?
Thank you, Chair. In my review of this association's minutes, I do that every week. I noticed something out of the ordinary in CAB's minutes for this week, specifically their 1/13/2025. If everyone could, please just really quick open that minute document.
Senator Singh, really quickly, is this something that you sent out? You forwarded it to the rest of the, or is it in the to be approved
Yes,
folder? Okay,
yes.
yeah, y'all can access that in the to be approved folder.
Which meeting?
And, could you reiterate, Senator Singh, again, which minutes you're referring to? And
We're talking about the 1/13/2025 CAB minutes.
and continue as you want.
So in funding requests external, and their second funding request for UCSB. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, so I'm not even gonna try, but basically, it's a $1,987 request for lighting, sound, AV equipment, and production labor for their event. Now, there is some very, very strict policies around this kind of purchase. Article 4, Section 6, subsection F of AS bylaws requires that any purchase of equipment over 1,500 from off-campus vendors requires 3 quotes from each different vendors. Now, I don't see any record of these vendors on their funding request, and I see no request for an exception from my committee either. So basically, this goes against our bylaws. If everyone could actually also open their, the request itself is like a link above the, like their name, I think. You find it, it's called, this funding request, it's in blue. If you click on that and you scroll all the way down to financial information, they say tickets will be $5 for UCSB students and $10 for non-UCSB students. And later on, they claim that people will submit the admission fee to our organization's Venmo account under the title admission. Now, this is also against our financial policy. Section 8, clause 2, subsection 3. All funds must be deposited in an associated suits account and may be withdrawn in accordance with the original fundraising purposes only after all the bills incurred during the event have been paid. And number 4, which goes on to say all ticket sales must be coordinated through the Associated Students Ticket Office. And number 7, digital payments, including services such as Venmo, PayPal, and Square, may not be used for collecting funds for fundraisers. Executive Director Marquez, there's also a requirement that a fundraising contract is submitted to you. Do you have any record of this contract from this group?
No.
So they are basically in violation of multiple financial policies and also our bylaws. Now, obviously, as a Senate, we have the power to overturn decision. I recommend. Honestly, I don't know what to recommend. It's a very, very complicated situation. The thing is, their event is in 3 days. It's on the 18th of January, so if we overturn this, they're not going to be able to make that motion until next week, and they would have to cancel this event. If you go onto their Instagram, it's a pretty big event. They've been doing a countdown for like a week now, so I don't really want to, you know, affect that in any way. Attorney General or Executive Director, is there any way we can amend their motion?
Questions.
Yeah.
Share with us again the name of the event so that we could hear it, since we're way back.
I think it's Ito, the full name is like, the Hawaiian name, but it's like been formally referenced as Ito. It's like the Polynesian like dance group. And it's like their big like winter luau on Saturday.
Okay. And it's through CAP, Community Affairs.
It's in their 1:13 meeting.
1:13.
It's in the to be approved section. So we could overturn it, we could ask them to come to our next meeting, but that would be too late because the funding for the approved is already gone through.
Attorney General?
In between the organizations that are in violation of AS policy, can you verify which one is doing the fundraiser? Is it CAB or is it the ETO?
It is Ito itself.
But it's through, yeah, it's a CAB, yeah.
It is through CAP's fund, you know, the CAP is sponsoring the event and Ito is doing the fundraising.
Right, so here's the dividing line. So when AS co-sponsor something or sponsor something, we aren't the lead organization. The campus register organization is. So what we are contributors or sponsors, so the contract with the company, they have to pass a contract on their own, and they therefore incur all the liability as well as control any funds that are being funded. So our sole, we're like a sub-principal. The principal is the campus register organization, and the sponsor or the supporter is this department, this association. And those, you're absolutely right, Senator, all those pertain if we were the lead. But we don't seem to be the lead. But tomorrow I can check with the board and with the staff members that advise. That may not have made it into the distinction.
Senator King.
I think it also says that fundraising events must be approved by seal if it's been RCL, but the fund still stands that they are in violation of our bylaws, where they did not submit the treated vendors as required by our legal.
That's how we see it, that's in mind, we're two separate departments, so see it would be field rules, not AS's rules that are the predominant responsible. And you're right, both departments are responsible to the campus for that rule, but how they maintained it or how they met it or didn't meet it would be sealed responsibility.
Right.
So, Director Navarro, it would be helpful if you wanted to check in with him, or I could check in with him about how they umbrella this activity.
In terms of tonight though, and approving the minutes, is this even possible?
It's up to you all. The senator brings up some very good questions. The distinction is if you want to provide into minutes my analysis and or Attorney General Carlson's analysis of it, and that would be a supplement. In other words, the Senate power could be to open the minutes and add to the minutes this distinction, which if they had thought of it or discussed it, would have made it. This is what makes the execution of the transfer funds and funding all fine, as well as the approval of their minutes.
Right. So we have the ability to open up CAB's minutes.
You have the ability to open any entity minutes before you go.
Okay. Did that make sense to everybody? And how are you all? Yes.
The caveat or the distinction is like when an entity doesn't meet quorum, for example.
Right.
The Senate, once you open the minutes, the Senate then needs to make all the same.
Yeah. Adjourn all
of that all over.
Okay.
That's why, because you're opening the minutes.
Yeah, okay. Did that make sense to everybody? Does anyone have any further questions to, what either Attorney General or, Executive Director might have? Attorney General?
I have a question. Is that okay with the chair?
Yeah.
Is the motion in question a motion for $1,987.50?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You'll have the, opportunity to do a few things right now. But I just want to make sure that you all are, understanding like what, because we are going to have to approve said minutes or not, because is in our, to be approved folder. But it's just a matter of how you all want to proceed with that. Senator Cortandi?
Wait, just to clarify, if we don't approve these minutes, the motion is then not approved and they don't have the funding for their event? Essentially?
Correct, yeah. Senator Ganesh?
So can I make a motion to open the?
You can make any, and, well, actually, before we do that, I'm gonna move into that area, but we're still in discussion items right now, but, or Dr. Marquez?
We were just consulting, I didn't hear the question and answer fully. What was the question to the chair, whether anything would be passed? if
Yeah,
we
so
don't-
the question was if we didn't, the first one was if we didn't approve CAB's minutes, this motion wouldn't be passed, correct? Yeah, and essentially the money wouldn't be allocated, which is correct.
It would be, except that the Senate has the ability to open the.
Going, correct, yeah,
If you wholeheartedly or entirely do not pass any of their minutes, then none of their
Right.
expenditures
right.
count, and we can't pay out.
Okay, so question, to add, to, never mind. Senator.
My thing is, if we like, even if we delay it to next week and then they come in and they explain the funding request, maybe if we do it next week, these particular minutes, they would still technically get the money, right? It's because CAB already made the motion, or is that only for finance?
No, I don't think so, Senator. If the Senate, it depends if the Senate approves them or not. The Senate needs to ratify every decision, and depending on how you do that this evening, then that would affect.
Yeah, Senator Ganesh?
So my question is to Dr. Marquez. So Dr. Marquez, if we open CAB's 113 minutes right now, add your and Attorney Carlson's analyses, and then approve all the minutes, do you think their event will be chill to go forward?
I mean, yes, I think that the issue is really both in your minutes and their minutes, meaning the Senator Singh has brought up a fair amount of questions. We've time, given our understanding of layering of policy. And that would be added to your minutes and to their minutes to supplement the decision.
Senator Prasad?
Would we be able to approve it with a condition? Like, is that a thing? Like, approve it under the condition that they don't use Venmo to accept payment, for example? Is that something we can,
Dr. Marquez?
I mean, maybe Eric, you might want to, I think I think the difference here is that we're not, it's not our event. So they can do that as well if, as a campus registered organization, COSB, it's not our organization, it's not our liability, it's not our rule. Senator Singh is absolutely correct. Those are campus rules. We aren't the ones that are not, following. I guess is the best way to put it.
Senator Singh?
So do we report this like seal or like what? Yeah.
I think that, there's some things that are completely discretionary for them to do and not a violation at all. And the one element would be who holds the contract, and that would be a good question for direction. And yes, that's what I would think would be more like a collegial conversation, not they're doing something right or wrong. It's not what to say.
Attorney General, do you have anything else?
Senator Singh, this is a clarification question on my part. Of all the violations, is like the most egregious one the fundraising clause, or what among other, what are the other ones?
Well, I'm just going through our, like, reading code and stuff, it says, for purchases over 1,500 made from associated student funds to off-campus lenders. Now, this is from our funds, right? This is being, that, all that equipment is being used, bought from our funds, so isn't that isn't this purchase in violation of our own bylaws?
If the transaction was occurring and we were holding the merchandise or the act, whatever it was, that the expenditure was being transacted, was by it. We are sponsors, but we're not executing the whole transaction. Is that a better way of saying?
Or Attorney General?
It's explicit in that the money is being used for specific things related to like a building rental. What building is it? Is it on campus?
I think so.
So is that an off-campus vendor?
Attorney General?
Is that an off-campus vendor at that point? The money's just being distributed to an RCO into a campus-based building rental, facilities maintenance, most likely. Is that an off-campus vendor?
My understanding, the exact, place for the equipment being bought from is not specified, it's just the event, that's just the place where it's taking place.
Attorney General?
Another clarification is just the fundraising clauses. We've experimented with those in like using policy in years prior. We don't do fundraising as like AS entities because we don't have the accounting streams really set up for them. It's a little bit weird when it comes to taxes. When it comes to RCOs, some of their only sources of income are fundraise. So I would suggest, is that if the RCO in question didn't seek the proper prior approval for a fundraiser from SEAL, I'm not sure, do you have those records?
From SEAL now.
Then, to me, it's like, not our problem. Part of the idea is that it's in like the space acquisition in AS and how we use our funds to help students kind of access those spaces in order to perform or rehearse or do anything else. To me, it kind of just looks like CAB is just providing a way for them to get involved in the community as part of their mission statement and not so much a super large partnership per se or use of the student funds. What about the 1,500 over the 1,500 reporting mechanism is not being followed? Is it not being publicized correctly? I was confused about that.
You just need to provide 3 different vendors for 3 different, like 3 different quotes before you actually buy.
So like 3 different options. But if that's our rule and not necessarily something, at the time that CAB funded it, they might have requested that, they seem not to.
I just can't seem to find that distinction in our user code, like, it just says if you're buying something using our funds, you need to be provided 3 different lenders. I just can't find that distinction anywhere.
Yeah. So Senator Singh.
There is that's about point, it's missing a clause. However, the majority of that type of transaction has come that it would be associated with entity sponsoring and executing the event. So it's a good question, it's a good distinction. Hence the reason I'm suggesting that the Senate add it to the minutes, so that they learn the distinction when they are funding, when they're providing sponsorship for other folks' events. And the Senate might edit the legal code itself to make the distinction.
It is also my understanding that CPO holds the same interpretation of the code that I just stated. So it's the same thing where if you're using AS funds at all, you're providing 3 different vendors. And if you're using our money for fundraisers, you have to be going to an AS account. I think that's the best way to make sure that the money is used in a appropriate manner. We don't know what the money is being used for. It just goes into their rental account. So I think it's best if it goes to an AS account first.
Executive Director Michael?
I don't disagree. I was taking the totality of the circumstance. Which if we had been consulted, all of us would have suggested perhaps a different route. That was all. I'm not, if I had been consulted, it's a different plan. But, you know, the constraints that you're under is the minutes that have already been executed and, you know, and they're up for ratification. So that's the particular circumstance.
Sure.
Senator Iden?
I just also like in light of recess to take into consideration with the minute takers, maybe we jump back to this, following a recess.
Yeah. Right now, recess, you're suggesting, do recess right now?
No? Okay.
Go to the 9? At 9. Okay, yeah, we'll do it, at 9. But if, we're still in discussion items, if this, we are gonna have to move back into, to be approved, and we can talk about this more then. Whereas we're gonna have to approve or not approve said minutes. And I suggest during that time is where we can, allow us to either open the minutes in discussion or not. But I would like to suggest that we move through this discussion as we are, approaching a recess time, but, Senator Siddiqui, did you have something to add?
I mean, yeah, I was just gonna suggest, like, I mean, if we wanna come back to this after and like we need a way to use at the time, I was gonna ask Executive Director and Mark, if you guys wanted to be recorded, that's all.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything else in discussion items, anything we have to discuss? Senator Iden?
I'd just like to say if we could, do everything we can to pass this, just in light of the event, because I guarantee they've already spent the money, and I really don't want to see this group get shafted. That would suck.
Definitely. Senator, Singh.
Yeah, it's kind of why I was asking if we could alter the minutes or alter any of their motions, things so we can, right?
Then you have the power
There you
to
go.
adjust. You have the power to adjust minutes, add things to them for clarity, things like that. Sometimes people don't take the best minutes. No fault on their own. It's not their job to have to learn all of the ins and outs. You guys are the policymakers and you guys are the captains of the ship, right? So the whole point is just to make sure everything goes smooth. You raised really good points, Senator. It's definitely would be a good notice to BCUs in the future, just about saying like, hey, if you guys are planning big projects, like come in and we'll help them plan it. And you could slip those important things that they need to know in, like get 3 vendors, find the cheapest option, make it work for them. So it's more how to make the best event possible and not like just grab 3 so you can pass them, get the time. Thank you.
Senator Singh.
So from what I understand, what we can do right now is just open these minutes, maybe make the distinction that this is, let's just approve this and then make like the Attorney General said, formal notice to all BCUs. Maybe liaison chair can help me out with that, about clarifying some of our financial policies, just so we don't affect this group and their event.
Yeah.
But this is definitely something that we do have to pay attention to. Right. And I encourage everyone on this table to also go through the minutes of the entire association whenever you can. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Wait, can I just make a motion?
Well, when I call on you again. Thank you for bringing that up. Because you would think like, yeah, FMB chair, would be one too, but this is something that we could all go through, and thank you for bringing this to our attention and catching this. So, another thing.
Motion to approve, motion to find and approve, minutes of application.
Okay, there's been a motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations. Is there a second? Senator, Martinez, seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh. The question has been called. Is there an objection to call the question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Yeah, okay, so. We approved those. Discussion items. Does anyone have anything else they want to discuss within discussion items, pressing and needed? No? Okay, cool. Senator Siddiqui?
I sent this email out to the entire Senate. I think this is like a fine enough topic to take up the rest of our time before we set this. It was an email that our compliance officer, David Junior Sim, forwarded to myself and the IVP. So I forwarded the PDF to Senate. It's an investigation on the legal code structure of the Pardal Center. It's around 12 pages long. I emailed it out like a couple hours ago, but like I don't know if everyone's read it. And honestly, now on second thought, like
It's really.
maybe we should do it after recess, but also like, I mean, like who's gonna read this? We haven't read it already, like now. I emailed it exactly.
Yes.
Like, you know, but I would have necessary.
Chair.
It's in the, it's.
Yeah,
this-
Senator Brennerson, yeah,
So I'm the liaison to the Pardal Center Board,
yeah,
and we talked about this bill, Carlson's not here, but it's his brainchild. And we talked about it in our meeting on Monday. But even they just got to look at it on Monday, so they haven't even come back with their kind of thoughts. We're gonna do that next Monday. I've looked at it, and I think it's pretty good, but it still needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. I don't know if it's been developed more than I've seen on Monday. But yeah, I mean, unless David sent it to you, then maybe he's ready to have it in front of Senate, but when I saw it, it wasn't really ready to be in front of Senate.
thank you, Senator. Yeah. Senator Siddiqui, I don't see, this email. You actually think you can, add it into the already, string of emails we have for tonight's, meeting. Senator Siddiqui?
It should be in this thread right here, like this 115 thread, like right after Senator Ganesh's email. Or no, right after a super's email, I sent an email to Senate, so I said I had to type. I'm gonna send it, so guys.
It's okay. Yeah. In that time, I'm gonna have us move into appointments. Senator Ganesh.
Can I motion to add
Yeah.
amendments?
Yep.
Just,
If it's a long list.
Alihan,
Okay.
motion to add Shayna Hawk as member at large to the liaison committee and Leanne Metzger as VC representative to the liaison committee.
There's been a motion to add Shayna Hawk as member at large to liaison committee, or sorry. There's been a motion to add the following appointments to the agenda. Shayna Hawk as member at large and Leanne Metzger as VCU representative to, liaison committee. Is there a second? Senator Lakerani?
Second.
seconded by Senator Late Barani. We are now discussion. Senator Kadah.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion is passed. Has passed. We are still in appointments, and I'm accepting any motions to approve said appointments. Senator Ganesh.
Motion to bundle and approve all appointments.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all appointments. Is there a second? Senator Martinez. Second. Seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now in discussion. Senator Sweet. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Yeah, now we're back into discussion items. Do you think we have time in 9 minutes, Dan, to look over this said, or sorry, Senator Siddiqui, to look over CCO's, email and discuss about it? Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I mean, I did send out the email to everyone right now, so like, we can just start talking about it. And like, people can read, like, while we talk, for those who haven't read it yet. And then you can just resume it afterwards. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Senator Ganesh?
Actually, can I suggest something else?
Yeah, what's up?
I feel I have a very fairly simple, small report to make. And if I can make it, and by that time you'll hit recess, and then you can come into the CCO report then.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll move out of, discussion items and go into, committee reports. And, Senator Ganesh, feel free to start whenever.
Okay, thank you.
And just to correct me, you'll be giving a report with regards to, liaison committee?
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, this is if I could have attention from everyone, thank you. This is a fairly simple report. It actually concerns the upcoming JC hearing. The president's designee informed me that Mingjun Zha was nominated. And then it is part of my committee's business to conduct the hearing, make sure it goes well, or XYZ, make questions for it, and then give our recommendation to the president. I sent out an email for requesting questions. The liaison committee, thank you to Senator Vahibullah, we started work on questions, but I highly recommend that all senators send me some questions. JC is a very important position. No matter who's being nominated, it's our job to thoroughly inquire about how they plan on doing the job and what their intentions are with the job. So how this works is you guys can email me individually your questions. We will shortlist them as a committee, and then the hearing will take place sometime next week. An entities-wide email will be sent out, telling you about the location and the place, the place and time. But yes, please send me questions. This is a big deal and it's an important part of our job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Siddiqui.
When would you say is the deadline for questions?
It was supposed to be this meeting, but I will extend it to end of this week. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Walla?
Very quickly, I'm sorry if I missed it. Is there a Google form available or just email?
Email. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, report. I don't necessarily, do we have to be exactly at 9? Okay. Yes, okay. Moving from committee reports into recess, I'll be accepting any motions at this time. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to enter recess at 8:54 p.m.
There's been a motion to enter recess at 8:54 p.m. Is there a second? Senator El-Khatib. Second. Seconded by Senator El-Khatib. We are now in discussion. Senator, what do you call the question? The question has been called. Is there an objection to call the question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. I will see you all in 15 minutes. Not a math major, so I'll let y'all.
9:10.
Thank you.
Alexa, could we do, I have a financial report for the lock-in fees. Do you want to do that after recess or after the discussion for the report?
No way.
Matter which.
Come on.
budget deliberations, but also just to create the president's budget. I've also been meeting with Abby Coleman, our strategic operations officer, because we will be starting the new AF strategic vision plan soon, and we were looking into funding options. I just met with the pro temps yesterday to discuss that. So Abby will be here at some point to discuss those options with you all. And last but not least, it seems like one of my appointments for my office was left off of the agenda for today. If anyone would mind adding the appointment of Amelie Coppinger as my chief financial officer in the office of the president, I would greatly appreciate that. That's all, and I will be taking questions.
Thank you so much, Senator President Broadway, for coming to speak to us. A lot of hard work and a lot of really cool initiatives I hear coming from your office soon. I'm excited to also attend some of these events myself as a student. They sound really engaging and fun as well. I'm opening the floor to any questions to our president from the senators. Would you like to pose any questions to our president? Senator Martinez.
Could I ask, how do you spell the name of the appointment?
Yeah, it's Amelie, and then last name Coppinger.
G-E-R?
Yes,
Okay. As, I just,
Chief Financial Officer.
chief.
Senator Singh.
I'd also like to let you know that, is also a financial officer, so we would have to remove her as financial officer first and then appoint her as CFO. If that makes sense.
So just for my clarification, so this said, appointment would come in tandem with the resignation. Senator Singh?
Yeah, but I mean, if we want to get this approved today, we can't really get the resignation back. But I mean, I could, however, really, and then have send a great resignation email as a financial officer, and then we can accept it and then appoint you as CFO. Or we can just
Right.
remove her because we have that.
Correct, yeah.
ability to-
And she's been appointed as,
Yes. we have a finance guy.
then, yes, I would want some type of,
I think,
mhm,
uh,
if you want to take a, Senator Singh?
President Rodriguez.
Senator Singh?
Yes, I just had a quick question about the budget declaration. I wonder if you had any opinions of like the rollover discussions from last year? Like, are you gonna be recommending, if you had thought about this at all,
Thought about what exactly.
like approving rollovers for TCUs? You haven't even like thought of that, but I've been thinking about that too. And then I know it was a pretty contentious debate last year. I'm sure you remember. So I just wanted to know if you had any opinions about that.
Not necessarily, which is why I want to meet with Michael as soon as possible. We have a meeting set for next week. But once I have an opinion on rollover, I can definitely move you into a discussion.
Senator Siddiqui?
You talked about the LinkedIn learning, like going forward, what exactly should we expect for the project?
I mean, we're also expecting that they'll get back to us within the month with a new contract. Again, we're not really sure what terms were changed. The email that we received was extremely vague. So we ourselves are still trying to figure out what's happening with that contract. But we're hoping that we can get the contract by the end of the month and still sign it for a 6-month pilot program.
Okay.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand, so if we got it like at the end of, like, it would be the end of this month, January, and then we signed it for the 6-month pilot program. That would be January to July, right? And then
Yeah.
what would have to happen is like the next Senate next year would have to take up the issue of like proposing it as a walk-in fee ballot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It would
Yeah.
fall on the next.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to ask, cause like we did talk about this earlier, like with our HIPS fund, it was like 58K. And we spent like 30K on LinkedIn learning. And I know I talked to Alvin about it too, but like, we did kind of think that like, you know, like with the project, that like it would be done by the time that we have to, like, as a Senate, approve the walk-in fees that go on the ballot, so we kind of thought it would be implemented fully. I just wanted to know, like, would it be cool to like have a meeting, like me, you, Alvin, or just like try to figure it out, because I think like amongst senators, we would like to see if we can recoup some of those funds, just because like the project has not been implemented exactly how we expected it to be.
We can have a meeting.
Senator Gannett.
Thank you for coming, President Robert. My question is as the liaison chair. Last quarter during, usually this always happens during annual meeting. I got a lot of emails about BCU chairs, not a lot of, not that many. A few about BCU chairs not being appointed, and there was some confusion with their honoraria. Could you shed some light on that?
Like the BCU chairs being appointed.
Yeah.
There was not a super streamlined way for BCU chairs to. I feel like last quarter, a lot of BCU chairs didn't understand that they needed to send a statement of intent to me. So a lot of BCUs were sending their appointments to the IVP directly instead of sending them to me first with the statement of intent. So there was a lot of back and forth that was happening, like in my email, for example, I would get a list of appointments, including chair appointments with no statements of intent. So then I would have to go back and email those chairs to let them know that I needed a statement of intent, which would take quite a few days. Or sometimes they just wouldn't send it at all, which is why some of those appointments have been made. Also, I don't believe that it's been super clear to BCU chairs when they should send appointments. For example, sometimes I get appointments the Tuesday before a meeting and then they email me and they're like, why aren't my appointments on the agenda? So we've been, or at least I've been trying to be more clear with BCU chairs that if you're gonna send a statement of intent or any appointments, try to send them the Monday before, rather than like the Tuesday, so then at least we can add it onto the agenda, but if not, that's why I've been, sending appointments to Senator Butler to motion them onto the agenda. I know it's not always the most efficient way to do things, but those appointments do need to go through as soon as possible.
Senator Ganesh.
If you have a list of BCUs that now are still like technically without a chair because the said chair has not gone through all of the due process, I'm ready to, because you have a lot on your plate, and a lot of the liaison committee's job is working with BCUs, thanks to the amazing Community Work Act. Thanks. Man. I'm ready to like work with you and like take some labor off your plate. We do end up meeting with a lot of these BCUs, not that regularly, not as regularly as we'd like, but we're in constant connect with them. So if there's any way your office and our committee could work together to streamline a process, so that amongst 100 things, you also don't have to be like, hey, bro, give me your SOI. I'm really down to do that.
Yeah, I can also share with you, I have a document that I just shared with the IVP of every BCU chair statement of intent, just to keep track of who has and hasn't sent me those statements of intent. I can share that with you.
Yeah.
Senator Ganesh.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that would actually be really helpful, so that if they have been appointed and they have sent an SOI and hopefully the document serves that, that's great. If they haven't, we can do the labor of like chasing them down. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, President Broadway, for coming and speaking to us. Senator Brennerson.
Hi, President. Thanks for coming. It's always great to have you here. It's always great to learn what's going on, and it'd be great to have you at one, more than one meeting per quarter, if that is possible with you. I just have one little thing about the Gaucho Bucks. I worked at Poke Ceviche 2 years ago and we were technically accepting Gaucho Bucks, but no one knew how to. And then one time this guy came in and was like, I have Gaucho Bucks I want to use. I'm like, oh, good for you. But yeah, the biggest problem with that is I think people like their parents will get it for them because they'll see it on some website or something, and then they'll come to school and they can't use it anywhere. So I think that's I'm sure you're figuring this out, but implementation, like actually getting people to accept them seems to be like the biggest issue with those.
Yeah, so that's kind of there is on like one of our websites, a way that you can add Gaucho
Right.
Bucks to like your access card technically, but it's with a credit card. So the student that I'm working with, they want to have a certain number of Gaucho Bucks included in your meal plan. So I believe every other UC has a system like that where you get a certain number of meal swipes, but then you also get like some sort of dining dollars with it. So we also want to implement that and then go talk to all the places that we have on campus, as well as some places in IB to see what that implementation would look like, which is why that student is currently meeting with the like dining person from other schools to figure out how that connection works.
Cool.
Thank you so much, President Broadway. Appreciate you. All right. Still in review reports, so I'll read through them all. So anybody in the audience here from President's Cabinet, Executive Director, are you giving a report tonight? Yeah, would you like to come and give your report?
Did you see President's Cabinet?
I did, yeah. Saying general?
That's okay.
Yep.
Okay, I will jump right in. I am the Attorney General for the minutes. My name is Eric Carlson for the minutes. What we're going to be doing today is kind of talking about some of the things that the Office of the Attorney General is up to and some things that I have kind of taken on in recent days and weeks. We have since appointed, or I figured out the hiring already for our caseworkers, as well as piloting some research associates. I will forward those names on to Senate leadership as soon as possible. I will also be back requesting funds related to the research associate position, which covers fees, 1 for honoraria and 2 for FOIA requests. For those that don't know, FOIA is Freedom of Information Act. It's an acronym that stands for Freedom of Information Act and allows you to make public records requests that are backed by the power of law. Of course, there are some financial complications there. If a request for a whole entire year's worth of documents for every letter and memo and email containing the word "the," it's going to cost you a lot of money because someone's going to have to go through and start looking at every single thing. So I'm going to come prepared with a kind of estimate or approximate. It's a small kind of ballpark number, and we'll go from there and try to cover that. Some projects that my office and myself are taking on the brunt work for winter and well into spring. I'll kind of list them as follows. We are looking at collecting records as well as doing our own sample and field testing of public health and safety, things like the water supply and all this stuff. How many of you have gotten sick drinking tap water? Right? Oh, yeah. So even that one of you would raise your hand is significant, right? There are instances every single year, believe it or not. I wonder if Owen Myers, EVPLA, made his joke during one of his reports. We actually have a couple cases of the bubonic plague every year in Alice. These are communicable diseases reported by CDC in Santa Barbara County. We also have issues where in the winter of 2023, there was an outbreak of norovirus reported from Santa Barbara downtown as well as Carpinteria. For those that know, norovirus causes gastroenteritis. And for those that know, that's stomach flu. However, there are instances that I feel are either underreported or not reported correctly in Isla Vista, mainly because we are a college town. The vectors of contagion are literally in the tens of thousands because we have all of these people coming from out of town. And it makes it for a nightmare of paperwork. And so my office will be doing that as kind of a side project over the next couple months, analyzing some data as well as seeking down some discrepancies. We've already analyzed things of public comment from the EPA as well as public comment made to the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, where a professor, a doctor of sorts, working for a water testing company, testified, made public comment that there are unusual things in the water supply here in Goleta. And so we're just gonna kind of track down loose ends and see if that's worth investigating. Another thing that I'm here to kind of get your guys' interest in is what I have called our Blue and Gold Project. The Blue and Gold Project is actually just a study, no more, no less, of analyzing student and police interactions in Isla Vista. We are gathering testimony as well as building statistical data to kind of analyze either where a student is from, their background, are they getting cited or not, during times of festival ordinances, are they from out of town, how expensive are their citations, especially in light of the suspension of restorative justice in last year's Deltopia celebrations. Those are two projects that are mainly research-based. Again, coming back to that idea, that concept of Freedom of Information Act. We're also diving into topics such as researching for lock-in fees. It's a concept that has come up every single year, especially when I sat in your guys' positions. The treasure that is lock-in fee is oftentimes really deeply misunderstood by executives and officials at every level. It goes through many, many different checks. It has to be analyzed and signed off by employers. The UC Regents office themselves take a look at it. And if any of those levels, they find something wrong with it, it has to come back to us for either redrafting or back to our staff advisors for review and to fix, right? And so we have to make sure that those lock-in fees are crystal clear and pristine. And I want to make that process known to you guys. And so our office is going to be working on those things and kind of boiling it down, right? By power of reduction, right, into a very simple, very easy to follow path and network. Among other things, those are our kind of core concepts. I recently have, thank you to Dr. Marcelo Marquez, recently gotten a copy and scan of a old pamphlet that we used to be passing out for administrative purposes. They're building plans. And so this was designed to be a liner building that was connected to the what is now lot 22, then parking structure 3, and it would have been called the Extended Learning Services Building. They're adorable. The water is accounted for, gas is accounted for, electricity is accounted for, all the heavy lifting is done. And now kind of remains that visionary aspect that I would love to clue you guys in on after we kind of, again, boil down the report, over 100 pages, and kind of be able to disseminate the key and most important parts to you guys, the policymakers and direction setters for the association. Lastly, this kind of brings me into a point that I think is very deeply important. Americans are an incredibly generous group of human beings. We give billions and billions of dollars through philanthropy every single year. For people donating to nonprofits, for people donating to people in need, for people donating to the homeless, for people donating to literally every demographic and background you can think of, we give billions and billions of dollars out of our own wallets. You compare this to any other country in the world, and we are almost always at the top. Now, there's something that has affected a lot of you, or some of you, whether directly or indirectly, who here is from LA County. A number of you. The LA County wildfires have affected students directly or indirectly, extremely negatively. And we're trying to find out a way, cohesively as an association, how to kind of operate through this mess that's kind of been presented for us with the wildfires. The association is no stranger to tragedy and disaster. Santa Barbara especially, we've worked through and we've helped each other together through times of need. And this, I believe, will be no different. Then President Allison Sir, immediately during the, underneath the COVID pandemic, the COVID era, the pandemic era of the association, authorized via executive action, and like an invitation to BCUs to be able to contribute financial sums of money, to either kind of look internally and start beginning either one, direct cash payments to students, working together with centralized UCSB administrative resources such as the Financial Crisis Response Team, among other resources for the direct betterment of students here at UCSB. Now, as all of you know, as students who have been voting on money and finances and everything, there's a lot of rules associated with it. There's a lot of hoops that you either have to jump through, things that you don't know exactly how to spend that money in. All of our money is slated. It's all slated for a direct purpose. However, in working together with the Office of the President, as well as other representatives from around our community, we are looking at executive action again, in this time of need, to authorize a task force with the ability of oversight or financial oversight, inventory oversight, material goods oversight, et cetera, programming oversight, to be able to start spearheading and collectivizing a lot of the efforts under one banner. And so this kind of concept that we're toying with will be fleshed out more, not fluently, but fully, will be more fleshed out more fully by the legislature, I hope, in the coming weeks. I'd like to thank Senator Wahidullah for being in contact over the past week, really, and really just being ready, on call every single step of the way, and helping redraft or draft new or debate the spirit of certain parts of legislation. And with that, we are expecting to have that ready for you guys, for your guys' eyes and ears in the coming days. Definitely before next Wednesday. And so this will include an executive order that authorizes, again, with the power of the executive branch, some type of response, a disaster response, that will then be backed up, hopefully, with legislative means. And that legislative means should hopefully include financial allocations to maybe down the line, maybe now, maybe down the line, again, it's open to debate, to things like the Financial Crisis Response Team and other administrative resources. We have invited executives, at least in my role, we've invited executives to also begin advocating for academic accommodations for students who are being negatively affected, who have already been negatively affected by the wildfires. This includes either one, issuing an advisory or guidance to students, or forgive me, professors. Again, we can't exactly tell them what to do, and nor can the academic senate tell them exactly what to do. But appealing to their better nature is something that is worth a shot. When it comes to that in particular, I have already spoken to the Associate Dean of College of Creative Studies in trying to identify how ways like that might be ideal for the academic senate to be able to kind of employ. And there was some minor pushback about, exact, systemic things that matter, because we have tons of administrative resources that students can already access. Resources like a retroactive pass, no pass reclassification of your grades. We can do that already with a valid reason, right? And I already spoke to him about it, and he was like, an LA County wildfire, your home burned down, you have to go home to check on family to protect your home from burning down. He views that, or he gave you the assurances that in general, people could view that as a valid reason, right? And so what perhaps we will be focusing on in the task force is advertising a lot of those administrative resources that are already available to students, make sure that they know about it, approve deficit workloads for seniors, making sure that students know about retroactive drops, right? Oh, I failed that class, I don't want it on my record anymore. You can retroactively drop a class. Obviously, they're not super advertised, but nonetheless, a completely useful resource that students should and must know about in the coming times ahead. For many of you keeping a close eye on the wildfires, Santa Barbara County too, in many places, are classified as extreme risk of a possible wildfire. And so not only does this type of action that we're planning on taking, not only will it help us learn and identify the students and what they need, again, as the first and foremost goal of the project is identifying students and helping them with what they need and being able to help them access those resources. But secondly, also being able to prepare in case an event like that were to come here to Santa Barbara County. And so we are working on many different things. I have a folder of some things that I would love to get your guys' input on. And I will be introducing those kind of periodically to you for your guys' review and hopeful safe passage through the legislature. I will take questions, but with that, I will conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General. Senator Lala.
Thank you. This is a really great initiative. Would you mind if I did the back and forth thing?
That's fine.
As a, both to you and to the rest of the Senate, this is an opportune time to mention that in the outreach committee, we're also planning on an N95 distribution, a distribution of N95 masks through. Our task is to table and to connect with the student body. And this would be really useful for students who might be returning home and might have other considerations or maybe going into areas that are facing heavy smoke. Just a small way of trying to support our students dealing with the situation we're from that region. Now, my question to you is, have you arrived at a figure yet of the executive order? How much in terms of funding?
The executive order serves as an invitation for BCUs to be able to contribute funds with the consent, in a way, of the chair, with a sign off, say, of how that money will apply to the mission statement of each respective organization. Again, all our money is slated for very specific reasons. The criteria is something that, as long as, and backed by the executive order, this is just a hypothetical example, right? But say you have $5,000 in the Isla Vista Community Relations Committee, and they want to donate $500 to the task force to then oversee the dispersal of those funds, either in inventory or material good acquisition, or through direct relief payments to students to cover things like rental assistance or grocery assistance.
Sure.
They would have to sign off on how that is applicable under the IBCRC mission statement, which is, to maintain community in Isla Vista. Well, helping buy groceries for them helps make sure that they are a healthy member of the community. But as an example, rental assistance. Well, we want to make sure to maintain our community and prevent people from being evicted, right? Having to go home or et cetera, any other reason. That could be signed off as a reason of how it applies to our mission statement in line with the goals and purpose and scope that we've outlined in the executive order. It'll become more clear when I give you that text for what the executive order is, as well as kind of seeing those accounting mechanisms in the future.
Okay, so there isn't a certain amount earmarked for the task force. It's up to each BCU to decide how much of their own funds to dedicate to it.
Correct. And that's kind of why I started with that idea of giving, is that generally speaking, students love to give, even when they probably shouldn't or can't. They are incredible volunteers of their time and incredible volunteers of the materials that they have at their disposal. Just in one day, in 5 hours, the Isla Vista, I believe it was like a task team in a way, between Isla Vista Surf Rider and the surf team, they raised over $10,000 in under 5 hours from residents in Isla Vista and our parents who contributed on Facebook a sum of around $2,000. Students are very interested in giving, and they're very interested in helping their fellow peers. And I think with that invitation to students, BCUs, members of our association who are sitting on a XYZ sum of money, would be very willing and interested in being able to consolidate some of those funds under a task force intended for disaster relief. And I've already seen members of IBTU, Pardall Center, IBCRC, among other organizations that are looking to almost do exactly as you said with the N95 masks, but literally piling waters in cars and driving down to places that are low stocked.
Yeah.
They're already thinking about it, and they're already seeing how they can spend their time and their money for the betterment of their peers. So I have no doubt that this will be an infrastructure, either one worth keeping around, or two that will be self-preserving.
And there's no lower upper limit as to how much BCUs can contribute. So theoretically, they could do their entire budget. Theoretically, they could do 0.99. And is there a problem inherent to that, or you like the idea of it being up to each VCU?
I think it should be up to each VCU. I don't think any VCU will actually give their entire budget. If they did, we would like ask them to double check and we would go back to them and say, how are you following your mission statement if you're completely zeroing out your budget? So we'll, of course, we'll ask them and we'll make sure to verify, but I don't see that happening. As for a minimum payment, I'm not one to judge. $1, $5, $100, everything is welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Singh?
One of my finance officers, they attended a meeting with the vice chancellor of student affairs. And they're also a member of the student fee advisory committee. They work directly with UCSB departments, and apparently they raised about $200,000. Is that what you were talking about before?
No. Well, the money that I was talking about being raised directly by students like in Vista for the CERT team, that's just like students like us giving. The $200,000 that I believe you're referring to is directly from either alumni networks, things like that, that the university has direct oversight on. Coming from meetings held, again, during this more through the grapevine and by proxy, with the Division of Student Affairs, is that students making these requests to, and I'll go slightly in depth on this question if you a lot of time using, is that this disaster is affecting students not by just taking everything they own. It's affecting them in a way that in order for us to be able to reasonably or financially benefit them, their requests are going to be in the thousands of dollars. It's not going to be just 1 month of groceries or 25% of a monthly check, which we can hope to provide through our associated students means as, hey, we'll help you pay your groceries for the month, we'll help you pay your rent. Beyond that, we don't want to negatively impact your calculations for your financial aid in the following year. But things handled through a more centralized, confidential mechanism that the university has, such as the financial crisis response team, those are kept all internal as internal documents. To my knowledge, they do not discriminate based on citizenship status because you are a student here at UCSB. Things like the EOP emergency grants, those do. Like they kind of require you to report income, they require you to report those things that international students, for example, could not access. So I've been very kind of specific, but not exactly in the reasons about why for us here and the kind of scope that we have now, we're looking at kind of small cash grants that we can get to students fast, quick, and easy to help them benefit right off the bat. And then redirect them to campus-based, more centralized resources. And again, being that kind of hub for information that we can hope to provide students with all of the resources down the line. The $200,000, in my opinion, will run out in a couple months. It's a great place to start, but I do really wonder just exactly the magnitude or scope by which students will be requesting funds. And I hope it's within a ballpark that we can provide.
Senator Singh?
You know, we also have a lot of money in the IBTU fund for the MOU as well. It's definitely something to use this for as well. The end goal is to spend money, right?
Absolutely.
Definitely, you got to speak to my committee as well. Something to be a part of.
On that point with the IBTU, that's exactly how rental assistance could be enabled, especially coinciding with executive action. And so with the authorization through an executive order, direct cash payments become incredibly accessible, especially through if an org like IBTU is interested in contributing. That sum of money directly, it impacts the mission statement, it satisfies the mission statement, and through the task force, distributions are possible. It's important, again, checks, balances, certain accounting measures. I've been through the ringer analyzing, figuring out how do you verify students from LA County, things like that. We have kind of historic precedent of this type of mechanism being employed before. We hope to kind of inherit some of those policies and procedures because, again, we are geared enough for, in case of it happening, wildfires within Santa Monica. And so if that comes to be, we will be ready for it in a way that we can directly benefit our students. In the past, UCSB has often served as an evacuation site, actually, for people affected by wildfires within our county. if I'm not mistaken, as Dr. Marquez mentioned me, we use the rec center as places to be able to hold people while there's a danger present. And so we will be ready. We'll make sure that we have our kind of accounting measures fixed and ready to go. And yeah, we will, again, be working very closely.
Senator Sandy. First I wanna thank you for doing this. The fires, very personal to me. I was gonna ask, so regarding like possible fires in Santa Barbara, like God forbid if we were to face some sort of fire danger, is your project also going to be like distributing resources or anything of that nature to prep students on how to like, what to do if there was a fire danger? Or are you focusing more on like the physical aspect? And so I would love to get involved and let me know. I would love to.
Thank you, Senator Christine. The beauty of this project in a way is that we are prioritizing flexibility in terms of resource advertisement about what resources we do have. We already have student coordinators looking at assembling a, tri-fold pamphlet, right? Being able to kind of either consolidate resources, financial, academic resources that you could be able to access, as well as programming, which kind of solves that, hopefully that social mental aspect and as well as physical. And so there are a lot of things that we're kind of gearing up for. I would hope to leave most of the centralized information about what would happen if a fire breaks out directly to our campus leadership, such as the chancellor, such as his deputies and everybody else involved. It's incredibly important that that kind of hierarchy of information is not compromised, especially in a time of disaster or immediate danger. And so hopefully we won't be issuing any like direct recommendations, things like that, but at least connecting students with the resources and being able to know where to go in the event of X, Y, Z planning down the line. So I hope that answers the first part of the question. In terms of fiscal, we will be kind of handling a little bit of both. Again, it's fiscal, it's making sure that we are maintaining, we're trying to prioritize students' fiscal well-being, but at the same time, I've already spoken to a half dozen students whose homes have burned down. And some of them have been like, here, I just want to party. And I'm like, wow, like that's kind of crazy, but I respect you and you're my peer. And so we need to start planning events. We need to start being able to get people out there that could either one, help take their minds off things, or on the flip side, the students who are wanting to come to terms with these things, being able to provide a more semi-private or private place for them to reflect on it and be able to help them work through it if it's an incredibly trying time. And so it's like there's a whole spectrum of students that we have here. And so the goal is to provide everything in this committee for that entire spectrum and not focusing on one specific thing.
Okay, love that. My question is, have you like surveyed the UCSC population to see exactly how many people have been affected so that you know approximately how many people would be benefiting off of your task force or like using the resources of your task force, for example?
Upon signing and hopeful soon passage of the resolution organizing such a task force, we will then distribute the survey immediately. What we have right now in efforts of data acquisition is we're already coming up with one Qualtrics to understand more statistically significant data on exactly how students are being affected, where we can redirect resources, which resource on campus is the most effective, which one did they know nothing about, things like that, where we can actively see where we need to go and where we need to apply more pressure. On the other hand, we will be disseminating a gravity form located on one of the subpages on the Attorney General's website. And this will be making sure to just kind of collect more private data. Again, data privacy is a 100% kind of forefront. Students love to volunteer information that we either do not need or is honestly too sensitive for us to collect in a way, or i.e. citizenship status. Like students just write that down. We do not need to know. Like we can, but keeping that data safe is not something we can guarantee. And so that's something that we will be releasing two different forms. One to either seek to identify or seek students and find out exactly what they need, either in free response questions or things that they can input however they feel necessary. And another one that will hope to build statistically relevant data so that it'll help us in our advocacy related goals down the line. Hope that answers your question.
Any further questions, senators? Nope. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Executive Director's report. Executive Director, if you'd like to approach the podium. I do want to give a time notice, senators, so we have an hour to go, and we're gonna do this last report. We're going to do discussion items and then appointments, acceptance of the agenda again. Yeah.
I have to give my report at some point.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to do that as a report?
I'll do that as a report.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. We can do that. All right, whenever you're ready.
So, hi, how are you all doing? Hello. Been a tough week, for sure, and I came late to last week's meeting, so I didn't really get a chance to talk with everyone last week. Finally, I caught up with pretty much all of your all's work, and I'll give out, like, not report on the majority of the work that I've been doing with the Attorney General's office and the President's office. One of the things that I wanted to catch you all up on is that, in terms of personnel, we have a brand new staff member. Her name is Sophia Lee Park, and she was a former student at UCSB and has returned now in a staff position, a special program advisor. She came by in your very first meeting, but didn't introduce herself, and so I invited her to and introduce herself. We have two other open searches, the web development recruitment finally concluded last week. I interviewed the very last candidate, and we'll be making an offer hopefully in the next week or so. So we'll have that news hopefully next week. If not, I'll come and report as soon as possible. There's one other position, an IT position that is still open, and the recruitment will open for that. As you all may recall, there are three ongoing standing recruitment committees that continue to generate the effort to actually recruit and interview folks as they come up for all of our vacant positions. Regarding the cohort of staff members that we hired in the fall, developed a cohort onboarding model, really, where all of the folks that we hired are coming together to be onboarded at the same time and build together a cohort to get to know one another and get to know the association all as a team, which is actually very, very effective model in other departments that I've managed and worked in. And so that's what we're employing in this department. Hopefully, I'm seeking to do the same thing and do another recruitment round by the end of this quarter and start a second cohort. And in that process, what it develops pretty much is like the process you all go through as a first year, second year, third year. But that's a cohort model where you have a certain amount of relatability with a group of other folks. And so that's a different product and a different management plan, really, for staffing. So that's pretty much my personnel update in terms of issues. A couple of issues that I think over time I've spoken to a few of you about, or a few of you are aware of some of the efforts, for example, to renovate the room that we're standing in, the Flying A room, renovation on the third floor, renovation of the food bank. There are several focal points, I guess is the best way to describe it, focal points of renovations literally in this building that have not progressed, though we have been working on estimates and moving it forward. For example, the third floor, we have the Disabled Cultural Center that they have moved forward for almost a year. And the Youth and Governance Board allocated $10,000 to its renovation up on the third floor, and we're finally able to move that forward. Met with the new supervisor over the University Center, and they supervise the new director of USEN. And so finally all have reached alignment as of this week that this room, the food bank, the third floor, all of that are, so those are projects that we're partners with. The use and between us and associated students that go back decades. So I wanted to invite the chair to support, I guess, essentially invite the Youth and Governance Board to come to the next Senate meeting and actually report in the segment of the agenda. But I'll speak to Senate leadership a little bit more about that. They have brand new folks in Senator Heidenberg actually in getting a report from them, which was sort of paved the way for a little bit more collaboration and communication. And they're new folks. They have not actually been in this position very long, right? But the good news is that we are ready to move forward with these and get them scheduled, because we kind of live out of this room and the State Street room down below for Finance Committee, and it needs to work better for us. And so I think 2 or 3 Senates ago started chipping away at really upgrading these rooms so that they match. So that was a very productive meeting that I had just a couple of days ago. Moving on to other issues regarding, I'm glad that Senator Singh had an opportunity to really pave the way for more detailed work on the layers of policy that are involved in associate students. There are many, and one of the ones that came to light last quarter was so it's called Biz 43, and what it pertains to is really the expended funds on items that could be seen as personal items. And we're working for about 2 months on developing a better way to have individual entities and individual staff members really be able to identify where we might be crossing the line or being able to make a better determination at the time of making a decision that we may not be able to meet that criteria, and these are the reasons why. So for example, there are some items that if you just look at it on its surface, well, that's an item that's really a personal item. We don't fund personal items because that's against policy. On the other hand, Associated Students supports a lot of projects that are not personal. They're actually community building efforts. They have a purpose, they have a programmatic purpose, and they have an event purpose. And so that needs to be documented at the point of the exchange, at the point of funding it. And in your all's case, the senators, at the point that you ratify the decisions through people's minutes. And so pretty much the exercise, and we didn't plan this. What was being recorded?
She left.
Oh, Ollie's not there. We should probably wait a second.
Actually, she's gonna make me host,
Oh, okay.
but let me see if I can start the recording again. 1 sec.
It's really late in the night to be talking about very detailed policies, but I just want you all to know that it's sort of an ongoing project to get these chipped away at so that they're stacked. So, in terms of additional notes in terms of my time, I advise code, I advise BWHC, all the execs and the Attorney General's office, as well as Cameron, who reaches out to me for any project or purpose. Right now, I'm actively the advisor for Take Back the Night as well, and some of these groups are groups that Sophia will be asked to advise, because there's only one. So I'll stop there, see if you all have any questions, otherwise I'll come back next week.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marquez. I appreciate you coming to us, at this hour of the night to give your report. Senators, any questions for Executive Director Marquez at the moment? Senator Iden?
Who was your point of contact with the USEN?
I didn't, have anybody in particular, other than Lewis, who's the director, and his new supervisor.
All right, thank you so much. Talk to you next week. Okay. So just making sure we have no, more reports from unit reports so that the senators representative reports or administrative reports. Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, real quick, just to get this on the record, like, since I'm going to their meeting, tomorrow, and I know that we said we wanted to have the discussion, I realized that we never did anything for action items. Can I'd like to, watch it, I have to make a motion technically, but I want a motion to table. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can move from unit reports back to action items for, a recognition of emotions. Moving into action items, Senator Siddiqui.
yeah, motion to table the 2024 to 25 elections code Senate version to the next Senate meeting.
Okay, there's been a motion to table, 2024-2025 election code Senate version to the next Senate meeting. Is there a second? Senator Martinez, second? Seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now on discussion. Senator Langarani, call question. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call for question? Consent. Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Now moving from action items into committee reports. Senator Ida, would you like to give a report on the Financial Transparency and Efficiency Committee?
I would love to. I'll keep this brief because I know everyone's like over this.
You guys check your emails. You don't really need to look at these too deeply now. I don't think anyone really wants to look at a bunch of Excel sheets. But so we basically finished getting all of the reports from every campus designated lock-in. So we have everything under student affairs, arts and lectures submitted the report last week, and then we have the USEN and the ESEN, but we're trying to get them to redo the report because it's a little incomplete. But basically, student affairs gave a great standard for these reports, and if you guys ever want to get involved in this process, let me know. I love working with Alex Ramos, who's their CFO. He has a lot of great knowledge about finance, campus, like onboarding staff, and he just has like a lot of great knowledge, and he's working really closely with Michael right now to try and fight, not fight, but like basically argue with campus to get our accounting software up and running. But basically this morning we discussed over an hour about like any discrepancies that me and Michael noticed in the report, and what I kind of gained from it is he's super open to working with us. And we're working together to establish a standard for future years when it comes to reporting. Right now, we have a position in the IDP's office called the Student Fee Advisory Commissioner. I believe right now it's Mirabelle Brown. I haven't reached out to them yet, but I need to, because I'm not entirely sure of what their involvement has been with the advisory committee. But going forward, we're trying to incorporate these reports into the election supplement, so it's an easily digestible, graph, like a bar chart for students to look at. Because the goal ultimately is to have a quarterly or like biannual reporting process where we can have all of our associated student funds as well as campus funds on the associated students website, which I'm working with Sean and Chelsea hopefully soon, as well as incorporating these into the election supplement. Attorney General Carlson had the great idea of getting a giant filing cabinet and just getting everything physical and just throwing it in there, which I think is great. I think a lot of us kind of, we turned in, we're kind of like left in the air when it comes to last Senate. Senate technically under the legislative branch section 2, they're supposed to give us like typed up reports on like what we're supposed to do in Senate, or like to guide us, but it never happens because you're turning out. So I talked to Alex about this and like what it means to train new staff, because in a way, every year Senate is considered new staff. I think a lot of us came in and were like, what the hell do we do? Where do we start? And so I think as a Senate, just as we're going through the rest of the year, I really want to put the next Senate in a better position than we started in. And so I think that's going to start with reforming that process of a turnover. What does it mean? Like Marcel had a great talk about, oh, we're training these cohorts together, you know, but it's going to take like a group effort. I don't want to kind of do what the last Senate did, besides like, you know, a few individuals like Carlson who stuck around and like really helped us out. I really don't know where we'd be without him, and especially being Jim, like both those two, hands down, great, did an awesome job, really put us on the right tracks. But still, it's like, you know, I would have liked some training. Where do I start with legislation? I don't know how to write legislation. You know, it's a thing you kind of get thrown up in the air about. So I'm really interested if anyone would like to help me reform that process, make a actual like, you know, training module that people can work with. And I think this also kind of goes back to, you know, I think we have some issues with hiring professional staff. I think with my discussion about famous, a lot of that is like a campus process. How can we work with professional staff to reform this? So we have, because, you know, we're continuing to expand. And from like my understanding, when we make a new VCU, there's not a designated professional staff, it just goes straight to you. And that's not fair. That's not efficient. It's not a good use of our resources when we're just kind of loading on one person. But like just kind of jumping back on training, for example, RAs go through 3 weeks of training before they even get to start. And that's all under student affairs. So I want to just kind of work with the student affairs to kind of see what their process is for training RAs and see how we can emulate that with the Senate. Because, you know, what really is our onboarding process for Senate? It's a couple trainings and then you kind of get thrown into the thick of it, and it's just inefficient. But when it comes to these reports, getting them online, digesting them, and setting up a process for people to review them with CFO, as well as this training, I would love anyone to get involved with it if they have any questions. At least on the report specifically, send it to me. But that's kind of sums up my report for what this process has been and kind of what I've been doing the past couple of weeks. But it's been good. Yeah, if there's any questions, I'd love to take them.
Thank you so much. Senator Ganesh?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Iden. Actually, just today, Senator Suk and I had a conversation about how, because some of our committees are like, because they've been restructured and basically don't exist for the association, we're basically creating a lot of things from scratch, and how we would really like to, because we can't train I can't train the next liaison chair, because, you know, they will have to come appoint the new and all that jazz. We were thinking of creating like a handbook or whatever, so for like, you know, future committee chairs to like, or whatever, future committee chairs to follow. And so I would actually really like to work with you with like streamlining this onboarding process. It has been really frustrating. That was one, and then you said something else. You had another thing to say. Oh, yeah, ProStaff. One of our projects, the liaison committee, our project this quarter is to actually meet with a lot of our ProStaff, which we're doing right now. Everyone from like Jennifer Kaiser to Lisa Osborne to like everyone, and trying to like almost bridge this gap of like our side of the association and the ProStaff side of the association. So I would really like you to drop in on our meetings and probably like share some of the workload. Not a lot of people here, but also these are two projects that we're very deeply looking into, and I would love to work with you on that. And I'm very thankful that you're actually taking this initiative.
Okay.
Thanks.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, echoing Senator Ganesh's comments, everything in the report was great. I guess like my biggest question, and like I don't know the answer to this. When it comes to training, like there is a training procedure outlined in their bylaws, but like it's just never enforced. And so my kind of question and thing is like if we come up with this new training system, like whether it's through student affairs or with whoever, like what can we actionably, tangibly do to make sure that it will be consistently enforced once we leave?
I think that's like a problem like the whole association faces. It's kind of like, it's like what happened with Kosh. How do you ensure we get new members? It's always up in the air. I think like right now, what we could do is start documenting your experience. What have you learned? What have you gained? How did you learn to write legislation? And just, we got 20-something people that are doing this, and we can all come together and we can create something really cool. We have so many bodies in here, and a lot of the times we're all doing our own little paths. But I think like, if we're trying to really set the association up, taking notes, we can have a giant document, everyone's name on it, just do what you learned. But in terms of enforcement, I think that's like the trigger. And I think we'll definitely have to work on that together to kind of see how we can make that happen.
Thank you so much. Attorney General, did you have something to add?
Just say, we want a rules committee update.
Sorry?
We want a rules committee update, I think that too.
Another time.
Senator Siddiqui?
I'll also check it out.
Yes. Oh. Senator Richardson?
Maybe just a thought, but these positions like Attorney General or like Ming Jun's position, former position as parliamentarian, where it's often, you know, these holdover people that are once senators or, you know, now in, you know, higher levels. I think it makes sense to, you know, because and you can never tell if they're actually going to come back, but the people that generally do, probably best to give them more of the training responsibility, especially because they seem to have less responsibilities in that summer period, but just thought.
Yeah, I was also thinking like, let's just get like a Senate specific person. Like, imagine if we had someone who could just guide us through this entire thing. They became a professional over the years. Like, I'm not to, you know. Mark's executive. So it's like everywhere, all at once, all the time. And it's a big responsibility doing all of these things. And I think if we're going to like, in terms of like level up our association with the hiring pro staff is like number one. But also like, you know, let's give JC more power. In my opinion, if we have like good JC members who are able to hold the Senate accountable and other, you know, people and actually like enact it, like, that'd be great.
Anything else? All right, thanks so much for speaking. Any other? Okay, excellent. Moving from committee reports, back into discussion items. And Senator Siddiqui, at this time, did you want to discuss the email that you sent us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I sent out the report. I recommend everyone to read through it. I recommend going with Route 2. I think it's just more comprehensive regarding student fees and everything else. If anyone has another idea, let me know. Otherwise, that's what I propose. There's nothing actionable, tangible that we have to do today on this report. The routes and the recommendations outlined in the report provide the Senate with a roadmap to take action in future meetings. So, I mean, all this really has to be just a discussion about what we think about the report and which route we want to go. But personally, I would be in favor of Route 2.
Yeah, I'll give us literally like 2 minutes just to digest this. Give us a second to look at the two options and then allow Senator Brinson.
Yeah, are you done?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
You're
Didn't
good.
interrupt. Yeah, so just to like kind of simplify this for everyone, looks like David Judy Sim, our compliance officer, wrote this big long thing about governance boards. So every space, AS space that, you know, exists, like physical space, has to have a governance board that governs it, obviously. One of these is the Pardal Center, NIV, and then one is the bike shop. They both have governance boards. And going through the Pardal Center governance board legal code, it's very anachronistic. There's a lot of things that just don't really exist anymore. It needs a lot of updating, and it kind of needs a lot more force. you know, once you go to the routes, that kind of explains what David Sim is kind of suggesting, but Route 2 is already kind of, most people are kind of, you know, in alignment with Senator Siddiqui and are moving towards a Route 2 sort of thing. We're gonna already working on legislation to revamp the Pardall Center Governance Board legal code.
Thank you, Senator Ganesh.
This is a question actually. Is someone working on legislation to revamp the Pardall Central Government Board?
Attorney General?
Hi, we have, a couple of things we're working on. My name came up for selection to the vice chair of the Pardall Center Governance Board, and we're waiting to see if that would be something the chair goes for. And then, but I'm serving in that role, that's like, again, guidance and advisory for making sure that we can get which would solve the board through it.
Senator Ganesh?
Are there a bunch of bylaw changes?
Yes.
Senator Ganesh?
Kind of have to work with me for that. Thanks.
I'll get in touch.
Thank you. Any further discussions, questions, clarifications, suggestions? No? All right, excellent. And Senator Siddiqui, was that all for discussion on that? Okay, great. Moving from discussion items back into appointments, I'm now suggesting or open to any motion. Senator Singh,
Motion to add to the agenda the resignation of Anthony Carpenter as finance officer.
there's been a motion to add on the resignation of Amelia Amelie Copinger as financial officer of finance committee to the agenda. Is there a second? Senator Kadah?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kadah. We are now in discussion. Senator Martinez? The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Still in appointments. Hearing any other motions, Senator Ganesh.
Never mind. I was listening.
I
didn't even type anything, so.
Senator Martinez?
Motion to add on Amelie Copinger as Chief Financial Officer of the Office of the President to the agenda.
There's been a motion to add Amelia Copinger, Amelie, sorry, it's not even an A in there. Amelie Copinger as, Chief Financial Officer of the Office of the President, ASOP, to the agenda. Is there a second? Senator El-Khatib? Seconded by Senator El-Khatib. We are now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah? The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. Senator Ganesh.
Motion to appoint Emily Coppinger as CFO of the Office of President.
Yes. There's been a motion to appoint Amelie Copinger as Chief Financial Officer in the Office of the President. Is there a second? Senator Siddiqui.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. Senator Langron. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Moving out of appointment, or no, we are still in appointment. Senator Siddiqui.
If I'm not mistaken, do we need to make a motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations?
So,
Point of information, Chair.
oh,
Do we have to also appoint her as CFO for the finance committee? Yes.
So what we did right now was, appoint her to ASOP. We still need to. Oh, you know what? That frankly should be, I should not have accepted that because we didn't do her resignation. Yes, no, we didn't. We added it to the agenda.
Add on the resignation.
Agenda, not. All right.
Oh, and then we just motion to add on the. Okay, so yeah, wait, no, that's fine. So both the resignation and the appointment are on the.
No, but we motion to appoint her, but we can't appoint her without motioning to. accept her.
Okay, so, Senator Ganesh.
Point of order,
Yeah.
would that motion have to be struck first?
And nobody True, okay,
That's.
okay, Senator Martinez.
I make a motion to strike the motion to appoint Omni Kissinger as the chief financial officer of the office of the president. Press struck from the record.
Correct. There's been a motion to strike the motion to appoint Emily Copinger as chief financial officer of the office of the president. Is there a second? Senator Siddiqui.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh. Question has been called. Is there an objection to the, is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, we're gonna take this slowly.
Okay,
So, before we make any motions, let's just think about what we have to do first. Before we appoint said person, we have to allow her to resign from said position. Senator Singh.
Motion to accept resignation of Emily Copinger as financial officer of the finance committee.
There's been a motion to accept the resignation of Emily Copinger as financial officer of the finance committee. Is there a second? Senator Ganesh?
I'll second.
Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We're now in discussion. Senator Lake. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. You can now resign. Senator Siddiqui.
Okay. I motion to appoint Amelia Coffinger as Chief Financial Officer of the Office of the President and as Chief Financial Officer for the Senate Finance Committee, as well as approving all resignations and appointments under item M on the agenda.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna wait till that's on the agenda before I repeat it.
I can help you out.
Thank you.
Did we already do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, but that was before the new ones were added.
Yeah, but the new one is just Emily.
Okay,
It's just
okay.
Emily. You have to amend that motion.
Senator Siddiqui, would you like
I rescind my motion.
I amended.
Question rescinded. Senator Siddiqui.
I motion to appoint Amelia Coffinger as Chief Financial Officer of the AS Office of the President and the Senate Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to appoint Amelia Coffinger as Chief Financial Officer of the Office of the President, ASOP. And Chief Financial Officer for the Senate Finance Committee. Is there a second? Senator Martinez. Seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We're now in acceptance of the agenda. I'm now accepting the motions at this time. Yes.
Second, the motion to accept the resignation.
We're now in, we're now in acceptance of the agenda. I'm accepting any motion. Senator Elkins.
Motion to accept.
There's been a motion to accept
Whoa.
the agenda. Yes. Senator Lala,
Would we need to table the resolution because it wasn't passed today from the beginning of the meeting?
which resolution?
Um,
Senator Tebisi?
We wouldn't have to make the formal motion because if nothing is said, then, or wait. Hold on. No, this is a positional resolution
correct.
that technically, yeah, we did not vote on it. So. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, because I know if it passes with, I think with positional, no, I think with positional resolutions, they have to be tabled anyway. Unless it passes with unanimous, no?
I don't.
Attorney General?
That was the precedent we did last.
Okay,
So
I didn't know
we
if that
put
was.
Positionals and then they were really political, so we gave everybody a week to review.
Okay, but this is not something that we have.
Not need to wait on any resolution.
Right, okay. Well then, and this is a new business?
Mm.
Okay, well,
You have to rescind, second, I'll see what you rescind the motion.
yeah. Still in, acceptance of the agenda. You can motion. Thank you so much. Back into new business. What resolution? Oh, is it the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, I did step out, okay. Back into a resolution demanding, the UCSB administration to complete, the San Benito project alongside students, demand, and presented timelines. I'm open to any, motions at this time. Senator Singh.
Sure.
Quick question. Even though we made the motion to change the name, but I don't think we did it on the.
Point of order, can people just raise points of orders when they have points of order?
Did we?
We changed the name?
We changed.
Good question.
Chair.
Senator Lala, we're in discussion on whatever that name of the resolution is, to the clerk, whoever it's by.
That's the whole point. We don't have edit access. We will by next week.
Okay. So there's, the floor is open, we're in new business, on discussion on a resolution. I'm accepting any motions at this time. Senator Wright.
Motion to close and table a resolution requesting that the UCSB administration complete the San Benito project along with student demands and presented timelines.
Okay. There's been a motion to close and table a resolution demanding that UCSB administration complete the San Benito project alongside student demands and presented timeline. Is there a second? Senator Cadal?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Cadal. We're now in discussion. Senator Martinez? Question has been called. Is there an objection to call the question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, said motion. Okay, now we're moving from new business, correct me if I'm wrong, into acceptance of the agenda. If there's not anything else that is due. Okay, acceptance of agenda. Senator Iden.
Motion to accept the agenda.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda. Is there a second? Senator Alty. Second. Seconded by Senator Alty. We are now in discussion. Senator Cadal.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. I would love to guide us straight into O, which is adjournment. And I'd love to recognize the motion at this time. Senator Singh.
Adjourn at 10:36 p.m.
There's been a motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:36 p.m. We'll have a gracious second. Senator Persani. Hey, seconded by Senator Persani. We are now in discussion. I'd love to hear something. Okay, Senator Alty. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Good night and on time. Yeah. Oh,
Nolly.
I thought you.